Listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are venturing into the fog of Silent Hill 2, the remake. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat. Congratulations, Elior, for being the first viewer, and also thank you for joining the stream for the 64th time. I greatly appreciate your support, and I hope that you are having a wonderful day. Now, in my schedule post for this week, I said that today would be a surprise. And I did that for a reason, because I wasn't even sure what will happen today. You see, today is not just any Friday. As you might know, Friday means Friday on this channel. But today is special because it is Friday the 13th. And what better time to bring something new? You see, when I started my throne, I made an announcement, and I talked about how I started streaming with a limited budget. A budget that slowly but surely was used up. And so I was faced by a decision. What to do with the little remaining that I had? Well, I had two options. Either spend it on small commissions, perhaps art assets, games, or something like that, or make a bigger change. And ultimately, I decided on the latter. So, I chose to spend all of my remaining budget and get myself a PlayStation 5. Now, my idea is that this way I will be able to play newer games and show you much more of the horror game universe that is out there. A rather lucky coincidence for me is the fact that the PlayStation Plus subscription went on sale a few weeks ago, and I was able to get a 1-year-long subscription for a much better price. So in the next year I will be able to play all sorts of lovely horror games, both from the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 5 game catalog. Now, you see, I had the console for a bit, and I used that time to kind of get used to the new controller, as well as test out some things. A rather nice thing is the fact that I can record it the same way as I recorded my PlayStation 4, and hopefully there will be no technical difficulties. No, one thing that I want to make sure is clearly understood is that my PlayStation 4 is definitely not going to retire just yet. I absolutely love that console, and it's still here, and I can stream and play on it whenever there is a game that requires it. But since I have a PlayStation 5, I decided we should start this new era of streaming and gaming with a game that actually requires the hardware. So I started browsing the PlayStation Plus game catalog, and I found the Silent Hill 2 remake is part of it. So let's go over to the game screen. Now, as you can see, I played a rather wide assortment of games. I tried older PlayStation 1 and 2 games. I also tried streaming PlayStation 3 games, and obviously played some PlayStation 4 and 5 games. It is just amazing that I have access to all these lovely games. And the fact that the PlayStation 5 is backward compatible with almost every PlayStation 4 game, so we will be able to play all of those if need be. But today let's talk about Silent Hill 2. Now, a franchise that the Silent Hill series is often compared to is the Resident Evil series, which, as you might know, I like quite a lot, and I played most of the titles in that series. Now, the comparison probably stems from the fact that they are both horror games and became successful around the same time. However, they are wildly different in many ways. Resident Evil is a survival horror game that became a bit more action-oriented for a time and then returned to its roots. Now, Silent Hill, on the other hand, is a psychological horror game, and there is a much bigger emphasis on the story and the drama of the characters. Now, with that said, even though I played a lot of Resident Evil games, I never actually played any of the Silent Hill games. And not because I don't like them. The thing is, I heard a lot of great things about the Silent Hill games, and I greatly respect the series. The only problem was that I didn't have, and I still don't have, the games on their original consoles. And for a good while it was rather difficult to play these games on PC. Now, you see, the history of Silent Hill is quite a roller coaster ride, let's say. So it started obviously with the original Silent Hill, and then perhaps the second entry became one, if not the biggest hit in the entire series. However, for reasons unknown to me, Konami, the owner of the entire franchise, after a while decided to disband the original developer team, and after that the critical reception of the games slowly but steadily became worse. Now, why this happened, I do not know. I don't know as much about the behind the scenes of this franchise as I might want to, but as we delve deeper and deeper in it, maybe I will be able to learn more about it. So if you know anything about the Silent Hill games, please feel free to share them with me, though I would like to ask you not to spoil the games itself or themselves too much. No, probably because of the game's reception, and also I'd guess the sales of them fell more and more. Konami ultimately decided to abandon the entire franchise, which was honestly rather saddening. And for many years there was no new Silent Hill game. The fans of the original games asked for remakes for years, quite similarly how the fans of Resident Evil asked for remakes of the original titles, or even just ports so they could be played on modern hardware, be that PC or console. And the thing is, during this time, even though I didn't play the games themselves, I did look into them. I wanted to learn more about the franchise and know what made these games so beloved by horror game fans. So I read story summaries, I watched videos and video essays, which is absolutely amazing how much information the fans of this franchise and the content creators gathered and created these exquisite videos based on pretty much anything they could learn about the creation of the games, their meanings, the different versions, and whatever related to Silent Hill, really showing that people found this franchise unique. Now, because of this, I obviously know quite a lot about the games. I know some of the story elements and pretty much ran across a lot of spoilers. But again, these games are rather old, so it's really no surprise. However, when I started looking into these games, I really quickly realized that this rabbit hole is really, really deep. And honestly, I decided not to go any further, because I knew to really understand this franchise and all the hidden meanings and that impressive amount of information on which these games are based on, I would need to spend a lot of time on research. And not only researching the games, but also all the different, let's call them scientific fields that the games touch upon. So I decided to focus on other games and put this franchise on my long to-do list, hoping that one day I would have the time to really dedicate enough of my resources to get into the Silent Hill franchise. Because, just for example, Silent Hill 2 is a kind of standalone game in the series. It's not, as far as I know, directly connected to any of the other games directly. However, when I started watching videos about it, people pointed out so many interesting connections and logical decisions made during the development of the games. Really, every detail is there for a reason, and because of the psychological horror nature of this game, it's much more difficult to unpack everything, because many things, be that visual or audio-wise, are symbolic. And so you can just say, well, that's a monster. It's not like in a zombie shooter where you have humans and they are turned into zombies in some way. Here, everything looks in a certain way for a reason. And I absolutely am blown away by the complexity of these games, and that's why I said that even though I never played the games, I greatly respect them. Now, with that said, because of this remake, I have the chance to actually play one of the Silent Hill games, or at least a newer version of a truly legendary horror game. And who knows, maybe playing the actual game would help me understand them as well. I know it's rather wild. My research methods are quite something, I might say. But luckily for me, Konami a few years ago announced that they would revive the franchise, the entire Silent Hill franchise, and that is great news for any horror fan, in my opinion. No, it is only my belief, but I think at least one of the reasons why Konami decided to return to this franchise, which they abandoned before, is partially the success of Capcom. Because you see, Capcom around the time of Resident Evil 6 and Revelations 2 was in a not so great place. As much as I think the more action-packed Resident Evil games are not inherently bad, most people will say that they were not too good either. And somehow Capcom miraculously turned it all around. They not only revitalized the franchise by going back to the survival horror roots and developing new games, such as Resident Evil 7 and The Village, or even Requiem now, but they also started remaking the old titles. They released Resident Evil 2 in 2019 and followed that up by Resident Evil 3 in 2020. Since then we got the remake of Resident Evil 4, and there is a good chance that there are more remakes in the works. And I think that showed the industry that you can remake old, popular and successful games in a way that makes it enjoyable for both the old and new generations alike. And as I said, Konami announced that they would return to the Silent Hill franchise in a similar fashion. But they really went all out, in my opinion, because they announced a number of new projects. They announced the remake of Silent Hill 2, which then later on released in 2024. They announced a new title, a new game called Silent Hill F, which released 1 year later in 2025, and yet another new game called Townfall, which we actually got a trailer for recently, and in theory will release later on this year in 2026. And this is not all of them. They announced a number of smaller projects as well. So they really believed that they can bring the Silent Hill franchise back, and I am absolutely delighted by that fact, because Silent Hill, partially at least, comes from what I call the golden age of horror, at least when it comes to horror games, which was the era of the PlayStation 2. And it's so nice that these older games and this entire franchise is now not only accessible more easily for those who played them back in the days or those who actually missed them, but the new generation of horror fans. Welcome in, Fewest. I see you waste no time with the boobs. Welcome in. I hope you are ready for a scare. No, the only thing about this remake which I want to make a disclaimer about, and maybe I should do it not while getting my nose boobed, because that makes me considerably less serious, I think. It's really difficult to look someone in the eyes and take them seriously while they are getting their nose boobed. At least that is my opinion. If you disagree, then please do so in the chat. But stop it! But what I was saying is, when I heard about Konami's plans of bringing back the franchise, I was happy. But I have to say I was also cautious, because many companies try to remake or remaster older games, and many of those projects turned out to be half-hearted attempts for an easy cash grab. So I decided to wait it out. Let's see what they will do. So I didn't have anything against them, but I also didn't want to get too affected by the hype. And with Silent Hill 2 especially, I didn't really watch any playthroughs, any streams, because I knew that one day I would play this game. And yes, it is, as far as I know, a mostly truthful recreation of the original game, so I'm assuming the story and most of the gameplay as well as the map remained the same. But I still wanted to have that first play experience. However, there was one key detail that I was slightly cynical about, and that was the developers. You see, Konami decided not to create a developer team for themselves, but hire an outside studio, which in itself is not a stupid idea, because that way they can look for a studio who already proved themselves to be good with horror games. And their choice was Bloober. No, the thing is, indeed, Bloober made psychological horror games before, one of which is called Layers of Fear, which I played, but I cannot say that I overly liked. It's not a bad game, but for me at least it was a bit slow and not as interesting to really get me involved in it. It's really a walking simulator most of the time, which is not bad. But when I heard that they are supposed to remake Silent Hill 2, which is, yes, a psychological horror game with a focus on the story, but it has many puzzle elements. It also has fight sequences and overall just a fight system. It's much more complex than something like Layers of Fear. And even visually, even though you can hide a lot with the fog, which I do believe was actually an important aspect of Silent Hill, because on the original PlayStation and then PlayStation 2, you had to hide the edges of the map, and lo and behold, the fog rolled in, which is a wonderful story element as well, but it was also a really clever choice for the game design. So this is an open area, it's a town, whereas Layers of Fear is mostly a closed space. So I was a bit cynical about how well they will pull this off. What I was mostly interested in, however, is that they try to stay true to the original and not try to make their interpretation. Because as much as that can work, I feel like Silent Hill 2 is such a complex and well-rounded game that if you start messing with the code works inside, it might just break apart. Now, once again, it was just my own views on it. However, as it seems, they pulled it off. They not only created a successful remake of Silent Hill 2, it was just recently announced that, counting digital, physical, and subscription services, which is kind of questionable, but be it, Silent Hill 2 has been sold, quote-unquote, 5 million copies, which is absolutely amazing. And it was announced before that Bloober will be remaking the original Silent Hill. So they proved themselves, not only to Konami, but I do believe most of the fans, because the fans made this possible. They purchased and played the game enough to show Konami that they can trust Bloober and they should remake another Silent Hill game, which is wonderful. Now, with all that said, I put aside my cynicism after that, and what I want to do in my playthrough is experience this remake for the first time without comparing it to the original. It's the same way how I play the remakes of Resident Evil games, or how I play pretty much any remake. As much as I know that comparing the original and the remake or the remaster is a logical idea, I want to experience and enjoy this game for what it is. I want to see what they created and how it works on its own, because many players, like me in a way, never played the original Silent Hill 2 game, and another portion of the players who actually decide to purchase or download this game don't know a lot about the original game, because let's not forget, the original Silent Hill 2 was released on the PlayStation 2 in 2001. This remake was released only on the PlayStation 5, not on PlayStation 4, so within the platform only on the 5th generation of PlayStation, in 2024, 23 years later. In a way, you can say that this remake was 2 decades in the making, and that is quite fascinating. So with that said, let's go and let's see what this game is about. Bloober indeed. And the Unreal, hopefully it's optimized enough. Oh yes, some warnings. Certain people may experience... Yeah, like, why should I be able to read it, but that's in every game. However, interestingly, the epilepsy warning just rolls by on a timer. This warning does not. I guess that kind of shows how important the developers found to include this. Warning: this game contains content and themes of domestic violence, emotional abuse, sexual assault, suicide, mental illness, child abuse, and other mature themes. If you find yourself experiencing a negative reaction to these themes, or if you need mental health resources, please visit the link below. So indeed, this game really went all out. I don't think there was absolutely anything off the table when they were brainstorming for the themes and the story. And in a way, again, I can respect that, because horror is a really interesting genre where you can tackle otherwise extremely important but also I don't want to say difficult, but sensitive topics. And here we are in a bedroom. What are we doing in a bedroom? Now, let's see. We have the credits. I will wait for that until the end of the game. And we have settings. Now, I went through the original settings kind of tutorial in the beginning, like setting the gamma, and actually I left everything on default, but why I did that is to make sure that I can record it correctly. If something is off, then I will try to change that. So we have a lot about the HUD, interactions. You can set a lot of things. Traversal icon visibility. QuickTime event icon visibility. Oh, great. There are QuickTime events. I will get murdered here. Display and graphics. Now here this is something kind of new to me, because the PlayStation 4 didn't do this too much, or I never really run into it. But here you can choose between quality and performance modes. Quality means that it prioritizes the graphics and the frame rate is lower. For performance, you get a more stable and higher frame rate, but the graphics takes a hit. Now, I will try to play it like this, and we'll see. In theory, again, on a console, if you are playing a game, it should be playable no matter what option you choose. Well, if you heard about recent releases, you probably know at least a few examples of games releasing not exactly well optimized, let's just say that, but I will take the risk here and see what happens. Now, I left the motion blur on. Normally, when I'm playing on PC, I turn the motion blur off right away, but here I want to just see what happens. Now, what do we have? Team's color, allies color, enemies color, a lot of options for colorblind players, which is lovely. I do like that idea. There's an environmental color, interactables. It's really nice to have those. Lots of audio. Controls. Do I have a... Yes, we do have a control layout. So what do we have? We have an inventory, a main menu, roll right, roll left, zoom, ranged aim, shoot, melee attack. Ooh, there's a lot of things. Map, weapon change, handgun, hunting rifle, shotgun. Ooh, I didn't know this is a shooter. Movement. I guess the left analog stick, or as they like to call it, the L3, is not bound to anything? Okay. Quick heal tap, syringe heal hold, read, investigation, reload. Okay, that's on the square. Back in gameplay, dodge, skip, interact, extended movement, flip, investigation, struggling. I have a button for struggling. And it seems we can't jump. Old school. Move camera and flashlight. Okay, I will probably forget half of that, but that's fine. Everything is on English and the subtitles are on by default. Really nice detail. You can change so many things. Absolutely amazing. You have different fonts, sizes. The names of the speaker are displayed. Different colors can be chosen. A background, which in many games are rather useful. There are item notifications. There are tips, which I will leave on for the first playthrough at least. I have to say this is lovely, and also at least you get an example image with what you are actually changing, which I greatly appreciate. So once again, great work by the developers. And then we have even more accessibility all gathered here. But I think so far this looks great. So it's time for tea and then to start. Alright, what do we have here? I have to say that I'm slightly worried about this game. And not that it will scare me, it will probably not. But you see, I played enough shooters, enough Resident Evil games, that when I start something new in that franchise or in that subgenre, I kind of know what to expect, right? But here, not so much. And how can I say it? When I played Dead by Daylight, I was pretty bad against Pyramid Head. And this is his home turf. I will get destroyed. The default settings best represent the vision behind Silent Hill 2. So this is kind of the classic mode, I guess. See the settings below for a more fine-grained control over the gameplay. You can find more options, including accessibility, in the settings menu. Okay. So we have Combat Challenge. Governs the difficulty of combat. Remember that this option can be adjusted later in the settings menu. And maybe if this game is like any other, if you get murdered enough times, you will be offered the opportunity to actually change it. Okay, so we have light, standard and hard. I think the standard is the most balanced. Puzzles challenge, interesting, governs the difficulty of puzzles. So this is really interesting. I'm sure back in the day there was pretty much one mode like old games used to have with the intended difficulty. But here it's really interesting that they separated different aspects of the game. So if you want to have really difficult combat but you don't really want to spend time with puzzles, you can do that. If you would like to focus mostly on puzzles and thinking, but you don't want to mess around with the enemies, you can also have the experience tailored to your preferences, which is really nice. So we have once again light, standard and hard. Note, puzzle difficulty settings affect the content of the game and cannot be changed mid-playthrough. That's interesting. I guess that means you have more or less hints, maybe certain items or notes are added or missing. That's rather interesting. Interface preset. Okay, we have modern, default and retro. Ooh. Changes initial interface options. Remember that this option can be adjusted later in the settings menu. So, what are the differences? The default shows tutorials and tips during gameplay. That's great. Interaction icons more toned down. Ammo display dynamic. I guess that means if you're not holding the weapon, the ammo count disappears. Subtitle names on. Great. QuickTime event icon visibility off. Now maybe I'm being silly here, but if I don't know that a QuickTime event is happening and I don't have the button being shown to me that I should be pressing, how do I know what I have to do? Well, whatever. Loading screen hints off. Now, one thing on the PlayStation 5 is loading screens are extremely quick and short. So in certain games when I was playing, I could not read any of the hints or text on them. So I guess that's partially why the hints are off by default. They can obviously make it so you have to press a button to move from the loading screen back to the menu or the game, and also add a kind of forced wait after the actual loading takes place, but it's interesting. So what are the differences here? So in modern, icons for items and interactions clearly visible. In the default, they are more toned down. The QuickTime event icon visibility on and the loading screen hints on. So I think the modern is mostly for people who are entirely new to the franchise and also maybe these kind of games. I'm not sure. And the retro will probably have nothing. When it comes to help. Hide tutorials and tips during gameplay, right? Hide icons altogether. That would be tricky, because that would mean if there are no interaction icons, you don't know what you can pick up. Which is again not unheard of in old games, because you just kind of moved around and interacted with whatever you could. Maybe there was some visual clue that would help you, a small glimmer or something like that on the item. Ammo display is off. Subtitle names are off. Yes, so I think this is not necessarily about what is the intended way of playing, more like how it was in the original game. I think that's the retro option here. So the subtitle names, I don't think really change anything, even though maybe in some cases there are scenes where it could be confusing who's speaking, and if you have the names displayed, that eliminates that confusion. But I think this is more about just modernizing the game in certain ways. QuickTime event icon visibility off and loading screen hints off. Okay, graphics mode, default 90s. What? Choose in-game graphic mode. There's a 90s one. This game was released in 2001. What are you talking about 90s? But that's an interesting idea with the washed out colors. I don't know if they tried to mimic the CRT screen effects. I don't think it's that distorted. But for now, let's start with the default. Again, we can replay the game and experiment with different versions. Press any button to play. You know, I'm already curious what happens if I don't. Now, I don't know the trophies. I am not going for any crazy trophies here, but look, if you tell me to press any button and I'm not in direct danger, I maybe will not. I do remember a few games where if you stayed on the map screen for long enough, a face appeared or bloody handprints appeared, things like that. So I'm pretty sure if there are secrets in Silent Hill 2, and as far as I know there are some Easter eggs at least, they were kept in the remake. I don't think they removed anything like that. Nothing? The game is pretty convincing so far that nothing will happen if I stay here. But then again, I'm stubborn. Okay. Oh, it took me a moment to realize what I'm looking at. Really interesting camera placement.
Could you really be in this town?
The graphics are absolutely mind-blowing.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Could Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
I have to say that I'm equal parts speechless and amazed by many things here. First of all, the engine, the game engine, really shines here, and also the developer's expertise using the Unreal Engine here is pretty amazing. But just the atmosphere, already so many small things and details that I notice, like the strange camera placement. It's not clean, it's not it's not like it's on a grid, it's not in a system. The camera in the bathroom first, it's on the ceiling, then it's tilted. It makes really interesting juxtapositions here, and that's brilliant. And I really cannot put my finger on it, but the soundtrack here and the narration of the two characters with the letter, it really brings goosebumps to me. It's so eerie in so many ways, and I don't know why the music works this well, because it feels like it's kind of discordant. It's in some sort of a harmony, but it's also not really soothing. I don't know how to exactly explain it. It just makes you feel uneasy, and that's what I meant when I said that this game is built up of so many different things, really small details, and it's brilliant. And just the storytelling already, a fascinating start to a tale, that we have the protagonist here, and he says that he received a letter from someone, and it was signed by Mary, the name of his dead wife, and it told him that she is here. And obviously she knows, whoever wrote the letter, something about the both of them, because she knows that this Silent Hill was their special place, right? And we already have this these two ideas clashing, that on one hand he knows for a fact, at least that is the information we are presented with, that his wife is dead. on the other hand, there is this letter, and it says that she is here, and he comes here, and even he wonders, he questions himself why. And I would guess that it's partially because of hope, perhaps, just to be any closer to her. It was mentioned that she died 3 years ago, so I would assume that he is missing her a lot. But it's really interesting how they present this contradicting idea in the beginning. And I think in a way that's a really good trick to inform the players in a way that this will be a confusing tale. And they do it by confusing the player outright in the beginning. Because you're already torn between, well, what's true, what isn't true. And that's rather clever. And let's just say the way the camera pulls back and goes from a cutscene to gameplay is so brilliantly seamless. It's one thing that the cutscene is rendered in game. It's another thing that they had a movie-like cutscene and then just pulled back and said, here you go, now you are in the movie. It's absolutely fantastic. So let's look around here. Now, because he said here, I'm assuming we are in a Silent Hill, and this is our protagonist. So let's look around. Now, be warned, but that I will absolutely check every nook and cranny of every nook and cranny. Do I have a flashlight? No, I don't have the flashlight yet, it seems. Yes, I'm checking out the toilets, absolutely. The hands fashioned and thou. Oh, that's a bit smudged. I'm not sure what's written there. Does the mirror work? Yes. Fascinating. Mirrors are really difficult to create in games. I am decaying. What? Armament? That? I'm particularly bad with these, reading these. But it's really nice for sure how they made even this tiny place so lived in. And I kind of see a face on that wall in front of us, that narrow wall, like a side profile, but maybe that's just me. Ooh, it's dark in here. Okay, now this is, I'm assuming, my car, since, well, this is pretty much the only car around. Can I run? I cannot run, it seems, so let's get ready for a scenic walk. Can I use this? And no, I can't. But to be perfectly honest, the scenery is already wondrous. And I'm not spending a penny on using those. Because, you see, we still have to be careful with our resources, right? A lake. Toluca. Yes, there's a good chance I will be mispronouncing everything. Or at least I will be. So I will wait until at least one of the characters says a specific name. I'm starting to see that everything is rather rusty around here. I think it's a rather good sign when you start a new game and instead of just running into the story, you just start walking around in the starting area, being amazed by everything. We come. Okay, kind of an odd thing to announce like that, but oh wait, an E. We come. Well, I guess at least they spelled it correctly, so that's nice. Oh, there's another L. Oh, welcome. That makes more sense in the context. Everything is creaking around here. Even the ambient sounds are showing that this place is old. Everything is unkept. The plants growing everywhere and kind of taking back the world. Well, I guess I have two ways to go. One is forwards into the great beyond, and one is down the stairs. But for this time, once in a lifetime, I will actually wait on the game to tell me what I'm supposed to be doing. Collected map of South Wales. Let's zoom in. Oops. Observation deck. So that's where I am. And I guess that is a tunnel which is blocked, so I'm not going there. There is the path. I think that is the one that we discovered leading down the stairs. That leads to a graveyard. Lovely. And then the Silent Hill Ranch. Okay, and I guess then we have the town itself to the left. Okay, any comments? Well, I was more interested in the character, but okay, press up to open the map. I did. Welcome in, Zev. What are you doing on this lovely day? Do I have anything maybe in my... What's the license plate? 000THZ. Why do I think that's a reference to something or maybe someone? Ooh, I can close the door. No, I can't open it. Alright, I guess we are not going to be using the car any longer. So this is the way we came. Oh, and the brick is here as well. Welcome in, dear brick. No, we obviously shouldn't be going here. Well, not necessarily shouldn't. This is not where the game wants us to go. We should be going down there. But when did that last stop me from exploring? Now, the slow walk is definitely a slight hint that I shouldn't be walking out into the big nothingness. But it tells me not to turn around, so... What do you mean no turning back now? The sign literally says no turning back. Okay, that is clever. I have to admit that that is bloody brilliant. Okay. Got the memo. We're not going that way. But I appreciate the trophy. I love when the developers send little messages and give hidden meanings to trophies. They are not just a way to tell the player, hey, you collected everything or you played through the game. No, it's more subtle than that. Lovely. Alright, now one fun fact that I know about this game, or at least I heard, the jacket on our dear protagonist is, in theory, or at least based on, an American military jacket called an M65. It's called 65 because it was created in 1965. It was wildly used in the Vietnam War, and it became known in some ways as the jacket of loneliness. I do believe in part because of this game, but it appears in many games and movies, many horror games, and it's quite an interesting part of horror fashion, maybe. Pete's Bowl or Rama. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Do you have a license plate? FE432, I think. Why do I have a feeling this van has been here for a while? I think that is FE432. Nah. Well, we have nothing else to do, so let's go and find our dead wife, I guess. It's kind of a twisted joke that we are first going to a graveyard, isn't it? I mean, it's a logical place to look for dead people, but, you know, slightly morbid. Ooh. I think if I say that this is pretty, that will be the third time I compliment the graphics, but what can I do? It's true. Press L1 to sprint. Oh, there is a sprint. I was just pressing the wrong button. Okay, well, let's sprint, but I don't want to sprint. I want to enjoy the view. Are you trying to hide something from me, dear developers? You just want me to run. But your mind games won't work. I know exactly where I am. Because I have a map. And it's actually an interactive map that shows me. Ooh, this is a long way to go. Maybe we should be running. Alright, that sounded like bones. Dried bones hitting against each other. Ooh, I thought there was a burrow there. It's rather interesting how the entire forest kind of seems dead. There's no bird song, there are no animal noises, just the fog enveloping everything and the breeze moving the leaves, which are constantly falling again. I don't know when the game takes place exactly, but autumn is in a way a season of dying for nature. And I feel like pretty much everything around us shows that this place is slowly falling apart, even the rolling rocks and stones. Ooh. Maybe something is alive in this forest. It's rather fascinating because if you took this exact same place on a sunny day when there's no fog, it would be so different. But in horror we do like a rainy day. Ooh, we found something. Whatever it is. Not at all menacing. Uh-huh. A glowing red square, which is casting an absolutely beautiful blood red shine on the insides of this well. Indeed, this is the save. It's interesting that first of all we see the character, and it almost seems like we are seeing the world through that red square. Everything is tinted with that hue, and it's like a tiny window into this world of ours. I wonder if throughout the game we will see changes to our protagonist's appearance, perhaps, and we will be able to witness that through these save points. Game was saved, that was quick. Road to Silent Hill Trail.
It's like someone's groping around my skull.
That's indeed rather strange. So let's not do that again. I don't think there is a save limit. But let's not torment our poor protagonist just yet. Oh, that indeed looks like a graveyard to me. Oh, there's even a little bell tower, it seems like. Now there might be some hidden trails here or there, but for now I'm trying not to spend a lot of time just checking every bit of the map. That's really interesting. The character actually interacts with the gate. Excuse me? Oh, a cutscene.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But... I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. And it's not just the fog, either.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone. Someone very important to me.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry, it's not your problem.
No, I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Absolutely exceptional. First, really nice touch with the fade through the gray, because it keeps the fog present even during the transition from the game to the cutscene. And the cutscene itself, oh goodness, there's so much to unpack. First of all, it's so awkward. And it's made that way so brilliantly. First of all, dear James, if you are in a graveyard, enveloped in fog, it's completely silent, apparently no one is around, don't just sneak up on someone, touch their shoulder, and then say hello. Try to let them know of your presence before you go touching them on the shoulder, because they will be at least startled for a reason, okay? But second of all, it's so interesting because the characters' mindsets are shown through their reactions, their wordings, and not what necessarily they say. They don't present the information to you outright, and that is really clever writing. How James says that he is lost, which is kind of not true, because literally there's only one path on the map, but okay. But alright, in the fog he feels lost. He's obviously trying to look for someone who might help, And there is this girl whose name we don't even know. I think even the name in the subtitles was girl, which is clever. Again, it's not spoiling anything here. And the interaction is really interesting because I'm really trying to gather all the things that happened. First of all, James apologizes for scaring her, and she apologizes right away for not much of a reason. It really right away feels like that she considers herself as a burden. The other thing is, when James says that he wants to go to Silent Hill, there is this moment of silence, and she says, "But," and then stops, as if stopping herself from saying too much. And it really felt like she wants to say, "But why? Why would anyone want to go to Silent Hill?" And she tries to explain that something is wrong, and it's not just the fog, which is already, slightly unsettling. Now, to me, obviously, I kind of know that she is right, because I know this is a horror game. I know Silent Hill is this strange place. But someone who picked this game originally without knowing too much about the franchise, and let's not forget, at the time there were only, as far as I know, 2 Silent Hill games, and the internet wasn't as big. If you didn't go out your way to learn about certain games, you were not handed all the information about them. Not like today, when a game releases and the first thing in the morning is you get recommended a video on YouTube with the ending of the game with the main enemy in the thumbnail, which should be not allowed. Let's just say that before I go to extremes. But imagine that you're playing this game and you don't know. This is an eerie place, there's a fog, there's an old cemetery, but there's nothing outright wrong with this place. And there's this awkward behaving girl who's here looking for her mother. Now, at first, I thought that her mother is alive, right? But then she makes the remark that she thought her brother and father was here as well, and she looks around. And that's really interesting, how the movement, the non-verbal information is important to the storytelling, because the way she looks around, it hints at the fact that they are dead. At least the father and the brother are probably somewhere buried in this graveyard, and that's why she's looking for them here, but she cannot find them. And that again brings up the question, what about the mother? Is she dead too? Again, that's the first thing she says, that she's looking for her mother, and before James approaches or interrupts her, she is looking at the names on the gravestones. So that would mean most of her close relatives are all dead and buried here. So she is obviously shook, even if it happened multiple years ago, because this place looks kind of deserted. but again, that's more of an assumption. But really nice thing how he tries to explain to James that this place is off. Something is wrong with Silent Hill. She is looking for words to make it sound rational. It's really interesting. She is aware that what she is saying is, without better words, a bit unbelievable, and that her behavior strengthens that suspicion. And throughout the entire scene, she's really nervous. Really brilliant touch is how her hands are fidgeting, and it looks like she is kind of cleaning or like playing with her nails. It's really telling. And in the response, we learn a lot about James as well, because in the beginning I said that he is probably shook to a certain point that he lost his wife, and he says that, wait, is this place dangerous? And then says, well, he will go anyway. And it's really interesting because the girl once again reflects on herself and thinks probably that James doesn't believe her because of a number of reasons, and that this is her fault, and she tries to fight that allegation that, in a way, James never outright made, that she's not lying. And James, partially maybe because he's trying to avoid conflict of any sort, but he says something that's really important, that it's not that he doesn't believe her, it's that he doesn't care if it's dangerous or not. That shows a character that lost hope in a certain way, a kind of nihilistic remark. And that's again, that sets a certain tone. And it's really, really clever, because it's not a long exchange, but every word means something. And it's not a smooth conversation. It's not an easy one. And the developers dare to do that, because it doesn't have to be. Because life can be difficult, and interactions can be awkward, and it makes it real, and it makes people invested. Oh, thank you, Zev, for the free stream streak. Is he wearing a tongue? Again, I'm playing on PlayStation, so no tongue mods for me. And also, I actually don't know. In most Resident Evil games, you have a number of mods. As far as I heard, the moment Resident Evil Requiem released, the first thing the modders did was ripped off Leon's jacket or top, because that's a necessity. Apparently, I'm not sure. No, you're not going to sleep. but that is made with the RE engine, the in-house engine of Capcom. And as far as I know, that engine is really good with modding. This game was created with the Unreal Engine, so I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised. I like to take games seriously, especially serious games, so I wouldn't be playing a game like this with a mod like that. I never really modded any of the Resident Evil games either. I look at some of the mods to just see what people create. Maybe I have a laugh about them, but I don't play them like that. I too lost hope. Don't need to lose a wife for that. That is concerning, that in today's world nothing outright tragic has to happen to someone. Just existing can wear people down. They're almost too warm, they were helping. I didn't know Requiem takes place during the summer, but maybe. I don't know anything about that game. I watched the trailers, and then I saw everyone streaming it, but I said no, I will not watch any of the streams. Obviously, things will be spoiled, but I will get around to play that game one day. What's unserious about a tongue? I don't think it fits the season. It seems to be autumn here, and I don't think people would go to. Well, it is a resort town, I think, but I don't think that people would just go on a trip like this in a tongue. Again, it's personal preference. So what I wanted to say before I was rudely interrupted by the fog rolling in is it's interesting how you don't have to interact outright with the gate. You just walk up to it and the character will push it open. And indeed, I'm going back to talk to her again and just look at her. It might be, with today's standards, a bit too on the nose, but in the original game, I'm sure it was so mind-blowing that they put so much character into just the model, in the movement, in the behavior. She looks so uncomfortable. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's our very presence.
Did you want anything else?
No, it's just this fog. Does it seem unsettling to you?
I guess.
Now, I'm kind of curious if we could help her find the right grave. I don't think so, because this is not a game where I would expect side quests of sorts, and also some of the gravestones are in pieces. And to be perfectly honest, I can't read any names on most of them, which is interesting because I mentioned this earlier in one of my videos, that in games the developers sometimes hide their names, and in horror games, because of the graveyard as a location coming up many times, as well as the sewers. Don't ask me about that, I don't know why. They tend to hide names on the gravestones, which is kind of a morbid thing, to have your name as a developer hidden in a game on a gravestone. This one is actually readable, interesting. But again, if you're working with horror, I think that's kind of a fitting thing.
It's just through the gate and down the path. You'll get there in no time.
Now, in a way, I don't want to trouble her too much. But if I can exhaust all of the dialogue options without exhausting her, I would do that. Because she doesn't look like she wants our company.
Good luck finding the one you're looking for.
Yeah, I should probably get going.
I think that was a subtle hint to the player that you should get your butt moving. Fair enough. But I will obviously just look around because... Oh goodness. The wind. The wind blowing. Magnificent sound. This fog is indeed rather unsettling because it's so dense. Now, because we have the little icon showing us that we can interact with something, I'm partially relying on that. There could be really hidden things that you can interact with where you don't get the icon as a kind of super secret. But I'm pretty sure I wouldn't find that in my first playthrough. Also, we kind of found the grave that was dug extremely close to the lake. Okay, that's really close to the lake. And that's kind of strange because there are only 2 headstones here and then this grave. So the graveyard itself doesn't extend this far or this close to the lake, or does it? Wait, there's another gravestone there. And another. But it seems that the lake partially overtook a part of the graveyard. Good soup. Let's just say I wouldn't want to enter that lake. Okay, I'm not entering that. I understood. I don't really see anything that I can interact with here. Obviously the game in a way changed because of the graphics. In the original I'm pretty sure everything was much simpler and you could get lost in the surroundings, definitely. But maybe you could tell that this is just an area that you should be going through and moving on with the story. Here I'm just amazed by all the details and I want to see everything. Why are we in an old graveyard? Well, great question. You see, we are here because we started here at the observation deck, and we have to move through the graveyard to get to Silent Hill Ranch, because we are going to Silent Hill, and this is apparently the only way, since the tunnel that seemingly leads there is closed. You know, in this atmosphere, I wouldn't even be surprised if I looked around and I saw a pair of eyes peeking out of the forest. Ooh, is that a cornfield? For a moment I thought that was a dead horse. But again, no animals. No nothing. No living creatures. As far as the eye can see, which is not too far with this fog. Oh, there's a bit of concrete there, and I think that's a pipe. Already we are seeing some human presence. I think that's the wrench. It's really clever how you can hear these noises from the sides as you are moving forward. Is that a scarecrow? I think it is. Okay, well, we found another car. The hill isn't that silent. I'm not sure if we are on the hill yet. But it is true, it is something that I wondered about yesterday, that every... Ooh. Some graffiti, so this was, I guess, left here a while ago. So every town or city or village, I guess, is named after something that you can identify it with. So let's take, for example, Raccoon City in Resident Evil. I'm assuming there were raccoons there. It would be a kind of logical step to take. But here with Silent Hill, it's certainly an interesting name, because, well, I'm assuming it was built on or near a hill. That makes sense. But why is it silent? Because on one hand, most hills, if not all, at least I think, are silent. So that's not really specific. So what made the people living here decide on this name? What makes this hill more silent than the others? I'm not sure. Also, I'm pretty sure I cannot enter here, because chain. Silent Hill Ranch. I don't know why. Maybe it's the puddles, but this place feels rather damp and cold to me. And this entire ranch is, well, not in the best shape. decrepit, as they say. This is just the walk into the town. This is like a long intro. It's already rather impressive. Actually, can we see our shoes? Yes, we can. Wait. There are water physics in the puddles. Are you kidding me? 99% of the time you can't even see that. That is something. Okay, let's just say that this place has been abandoned for a while. No trespassing. Danger, keep out. Construction area. Visitors must register at main office. So this was a rather big place. Ooh. Really big place. It's interesting how they made the location a mostly abandoned town, because such towns are all over the world, and they really have this unnerving atmosphere, because you can clearly see that has been life there before, but now there's nothing. Auto service and tires. Everything is just falling apart. I guess it's a really clever way to show through the surroundings what once was and how things change. Is that a bowling alley? I guess. Auto parts. Do I have to go through here? Oh, apparently yes. Okay, so these lines, the red ones, show that we cannot move there. We cannot go back at the graveyard. We can go back to the graveyard, but not further back. And here indeed we have to go apparently through this door to get to Nathan Avenue. I thought we will go a bit further to the left and walk up to the road, but yeah, that is not happening. Okay, auto parts. No items. Great. Oh. Clever game design. They played with the colors here. You have the gray backdrop, the green fence, and then you have that red part and a really rusted brown door. And so your attention is pulled there, and you might not notice this fence door like I didn't. Ooh, a note. Too close. Went to town to get the window fixed. Spare keys in the drawer. Okay, so we can read it like this. That's really nice. I wonder how long that piece of paper has been here. It doesn't seem like.
Hello? Anyone in here?
It's been just a few hours ago, like the note message suggests. Interesting graffiti work. Another thing that is strange about this location is it doesn't seem like it was slowly left to go into dismay. Or disarray. It almost seems like it was abandoned in a matter of a day or two. I mean, someone went to the town to get the window repaired, but seemingly they never returned. And I guess this is the window they wanted to get repaired, which we can climb in through, and the little rags there show us that we can interact here. Okay, calm down, camera. The lighting here, wow. Absolutely brilliant. And the calendars, the magazines. Yes, they are faded, but again, it's one of those partially cliches that I always say are important to horror games, because in horror you can sprinkle in a bit of erotica, and in places like these it really helps build that the world around you. And I feel like many developers nowadays would shy away from adding these kind of things, but I like that they have these images here. Really nice touch. Okay, indeed it's in the drawer. Auto parts key, we can zoom in. We can move it. We can move it a bit. Where are the fanboys though? I would want to say that back in the early 2000s, and whenever this game takes place, which is probably earlier, they were not as not popular, that would be a different thing, but common when it comes to pictures like these. What's this? I can see a darn thing, by the way, so if anyone would be ever so nice and perhaps hand me a flashlight. Okay, so that was just a latch. I would love if the door could stay open. There's a car here. And not much more. So the key that we found is probably to this door and not the other one. How do we use items is the key. Or rather the question. Auto parts key. Yes, I would like to use it. Used. Auto parts key. I don't know if we have an inventory of sorts, but the key is actually in the lock. Brilliant. Okay, so from here we should be able to get the town itself, the titular town. Not going in there, are we? No. Okay. Understood. Are we going in here, perhaps? The chain tells me no. Okay. I'm not even sure what half of these noises are, but I love them. Roadwork ahead. Ooh, it's a dark tunnel that is blocked and there are strange noises coming out of it. What's happening? Is this a subtle way to say that we are being watched, or what are we doing here? Okay, maybe something will happen. You never know. If you stare into the abyss long enough, it might stare back. Apparently not. Okay, interestingly, James has nothing to say about this. I kind of assumed that he would say something along the lines, well, this way is blocked, but no. It seems this game is not really holding the player's hand, which is in many ways a good thing, except when I will get lost and confused with a puzzle. Silent Hill, that way, okay. Restricted area, staff only beyond this point. That will be fine. Probably. Or not. What is this place even? Seems like a bridge to me. Another car. F432. Didn't we see that license plate already? Just on a different car. And what is happening with the soundtrack? Well, whatever was written on that sign, I'll never know. But hey, we are making some kind of a progress. Is that a river of sorts? A channel? Where the heck are we? Oh, we are on the right track. Or path. Somehow I don't want to run, because I feel like I would just run into something in the fog. Such tiny details, like here you can see the water flowing down and all the minerals in it painting the walls throughout the many years. It just makes everything seem aged and old. And I cannot see absolutely anything with this fog. Except the falling leaves, which we have plenty. And look at the fog there around the railing or the edge of the street. It's so thick, it almost looks like it is reaching over that cement part crawling out from the channel. It's really nicely detailed. It's not just an overall fog. It's not the same everywhere. Oh, we have two options to go. But that sign tells me to go to the left. But this tells me no parking. Well, actually that's fine. I'm on foot, so I guess we are going this way. Road work ahead. And that looks more like a fallen tree or multiple fallen trees, so I'm assuming we will just disregard this sign. That's fine. Road runner. The road runner. Am I going in here? No. Chained off. Well, they either ordered a lot of newspapers or that's been here for a long time. Ooh, that starts to look like an actual town. Did we actually make it to Silent Hill? No parking, understood. No, this is an interesting way to block off an area. You could obviously say, well, just walk over it. But again, especially in old games, the developers somehow had to create boundaries on the map. There were a lot of limitations with the hardware, and they created some amazing games. Ooh, a map! And a note. What's that? Oh, it's a map. Enjoy your stay. But thank you. We got the last map. Map of the east side of South Wales. Ooh, this is a big place. Okay, we already marked the dead end there. And oh my goodness. We will be here for a long time. Cat Street. Ooh, I wonder if there are stray cats in this town. Honestly, I wonder if there are any animals in this town. Collected map of the east side of South Wales. Okay. How thoughtful of the town for providing free maps. Okay, what does this say? No trespassing. Yeah, I've seen that a few times already. So in theory we are going back to the closed off road. Yes, so this is where the fallen tree is. Another car in great condition. The door is left ajar, but I cannot open it. Paddy 55k maybe? I'm not sure if there is a photo mode in this game. Most of the times, if you really want to look at the tiny details when it comes to the textures, it's a good idea to look on PC. Dead End. It's really interesting how the signs kind of give you clues about the game, because normally you could go that way, right? It is closed off for roadwork now, but still there is a dead end sign here, even though normally it's not a dead end. Now of course they could have installed this sign for the roadwork, but it's interesting that it makes so much sense for a specific time period, which is while the roadworks are taking place. And I'm assuming that wasn't planned to be too long. Finally, I can look at some things. We have pots, we have a wheel. Okay. What is this? Open 8 a.m. 5 p.m. Monday, Friday, closed on state holidays. I wonder what this is. It looks like a store. Some gardening store. Wow, you really have to look around here because, well, you can't see anything from the fog. Okay, we have 2 doors. 2 possible entrances. Same car, same license plate. I will assume that it's not a story element that the same cars and license plates appear multiple times, but it's simply a reused asset, which is fine. I'm just kind of looking at everything. Express and logistics. Toluca Express Delivery. So that's an express delivery car. There was another one at the end of the road beyond the barricade. Okay, can I go in? It says open. And it is. Well, this is no Resident Evil, so I will not make much use of green herbs. And to be perfectly honest, these herbs are in rather terrible conditions. Ooh, we have a note, we have a note. Well, I guess let's read the note. And this is when we use the read function. Mrs. Cassandra, a customer came in today, ordered a mixed bouquet, red and white. I tried to explain it's bad luck, but he couldn't decide on just one. He seemed a bit off, looked at me like I wasn't even there. Then he just left, said he'd be back to pick them up later. I just wanted to let you know since I might be gone by then. Interesting, so this is the flower shop message as it says in the corner. And we learned that this customer was a he, and apparently red and white flowers mixed in a bouquet means bad luck. I did not know that, but again, I will have to look into it. We can also zoom in. Nice handwriting. We cannot move the actual page, unfortunately, and we can flip. Not much on this side. Collected flower shop message. Indeed I did. Why will this be important? I don't know. The cash register is empty. Yeah, these flowers, these plants look a bit out of it. Wet floor. I think these plants would argue that it's quite the opposite. Is that what I think it is?
What is this?
Okay, no confirmation. Possibly bad, but we don't know. Well, they are leading here, which is the other entrance. So I guess the intended way was this. And now the door is actually closed. Well, that was the flower shop, apparently. This is where we came from. We checked this side, but let's just check it in case. Oh, we have these newspaper. I'm not even sure what these are called. They're kind of vending machines for newspapers. Main news, take one, 50-cent daily, $1 Sunday. Oh, why is it more expensive on Sunday? Toluca Times. Okay, same price. Interesting, but apparently I won't be reading the newspaper. Also, it literally says flowers celebrating 70 years, so yeah, looking up is useful. Okay, so that is where we started from. Now we have a rather big area here, so let's try to make sense of it all. We checked that. That was the delivery car. Not going there. This is interesting from a gameplay standpoint for me. Is that just rust? Seems like it is. So you are let loose in a town, and that's tricky because as a developer, how do you make sure that the player goes where they supposed to? No, so far my guess would be that you don't need to go to the flower shop, but you can. But where to go next? Now, how I mentioned in the beginning that the game sets you up to be confused, it seems it also wants you to feel lost and obviously feel a sort of isolation, being all alone here. And it says stop, so I feel like I should be stopping here for a moment. I don't know, I'm starting to believe in the signs, and apparently this one is not lying either.
More of that stuff.
Stuff indeed. James has a really raspy low voice. Okay, so we have Lindsay Street and we have Sanders Street. And, well, this goes to the right. So I'm assuming we should be following it. And obviously we will not. Because reasons. No turning around, okay. This, I think, is kind of a dead end in some ways. Well, apparently it really is. Because if I have to go, well, up, or let's assume that's north, yes. We actually have the marker in the corner. We should be going more to the north side of Lindsay Street. So let's check this part. Now, also interesting, some of the buildings are named, the others are not. So you might guess that the named buildings are the ones you can visit and go inside and interact with, but the flower shop wasn't named, and we still could look inside, so who knows. Healthcare, okay, that's some kind of healthcare place, or maybe just an advertisement. What is this? I mean, this is a street, and someone just built an odd wall of scaffolding here. Genuine optical. Not going in there, are we? Yeah. I can't say that I'm surprised, But hey, it was worth a try. Okay, we're going where you want us to go. But that sign suggests to me that we should be going that way. Which also makes sense because that building is kind of, you know, visually standing out of the area. Why is that board like that? It's slightly concerning, you know. That's fine. Okay, parking. Can I go in? Well, it says that it's closed. Ooh. Gonzalez, Mexican restaurant. What? You remember when I asked how the developers make sure that you're going the right way? Here's the answer. And it really shows just how thick the fog is. I did not notice this. But apparently I don't have the whole town to myself. That's fine. Can I go in here? Apparently not. Not here either. But it says closed, but who knows, maybe it's open. Come on. No? Alright. I can take no for an answer. Try the other door. We are not trying the other door. Now that I'm walking around here and I saw that patch of green grass, I kind of remember the really old video I've seen once about Silent Hill. I do believe too about some kind of secret or Easter egg with a doghouse. I have no clue what that is about. Yes, I did see the blood. Yes, we get back to it. Don't worry, game. What? Drug? Drug not like. Okay. I guess that's kind of a anti-drug thing. Blowout sale up to 50% off. On what? By the looks of it, the houses. Alright. So far, it's a lovely town. Not necessarily a lively one. But I guess we didn't come here during this season. Tourist season. Okay. Let's check every door. Ooh, the paint's dripping down there. And seeing the blocks. Nice. I can see the opposite side of the road. The fog is so prominent. It's crazy. Okay, what's this? Cafe Texan? Texan Cafe, okay. I don't know what kind of coffee that is, but okay. I'm not sure if you can go in there. Maybe. There's more blood here, but there was a lot of blood here. Oh, King 231 James VT. Welcome in and thank you so much for the raid. I hope you are doing wonderfully. To those who are new here, I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror right now in the remake of Silent Hill 2. But please, let me ask, what were you playing? Oh, Resident Evil 4. Is it the remake or the HD version? Good, got 4 trophies and Resident Evil 4 PS3. Oh, you answered my question before I even posed it. I guess that is the HD version. Well, that is wonderful. Is it your first time playing Resident Evil 4? It's probably one of the most beloved titles in the entire series, after, I would say, 2 and maybe the original. Yep, first time playing it. How are you enjoying it? Don't mind me, I'm just following whatever this is. And also getting sidetracked by everything. But before I move on with the game I'm playing, please, if you need to raid and run, don't feel bad. The most important is that you take care of yourself. Of course, I know after a long stream it can be really tiring, so please get yourself something to eat, drink, get up, do some stretching, and all that obviously applies to all of the wonderful readers and viewers as well. But if you have the time and would like to stay, then welcome in Silent Hill. It's actually my first time ever playing this remake and also any Silent Hill games. Thank you, PlayStation, for letting me know there's an update for another game. Got 2 in it. Oh yes, back in the days they had chapters and parts like that. I think even Resident Evil 5 had the same system. Resident Evil 6 got a bit simpler because it was just cut up into different campaigns and chapters, but indeed, back in the good old days, it's really interesting because I think in early games you had levels, right? And then it turned into these chapters and parts system, and then you had longer and longer chapters, and ultimately you have games like the Resident Evil remakes or the newer ones where the entire game is just one big game, either in a linear style, or you can go back and have a sort of an open world experience. But I still do like the level system. I think it makes rerunning certain areas much easier, especially if you were going for the trophies. Either 5 or Code Veronica next after Done with 4. Ooh, that's a tough choice. That's a tough choice because I said 4 is beloved. Indeed. It really elevated the series. It in a way, after 1, 2, 3, which were in the same style, on the same console, 4 kind of reinvented the formula. But Code Veronica is loved by a lot of people. I never got to play it. It never got a remake as far as I know. And people are still hoping that Capcom will finally create a Code Veronica remake. And if I had to guess, even though Resident Evil 5 probably was played by more people. Even though it was the first or maybe second step towards the more action-packed Resident Evil games, which turned into Resident Evil 6, and a lot of people being rather critical of that game and the entire straying away from the horror roots and the survival horror genre. A lot of people played Resident Evil 5 and liked it, but you definitely hear a lot about people wanting to play a remade version of Code Veronica. Now, if I can give you any advice without any spoilers, and take this with a huge grain of salt, because as I said, I never played Code Veronica, but I know a bit about it. If you played Resident Evil, the original, and you're thinking about playing 5, I would suggest, based on my limited knowledge, to play Code Veronica first, because I think in chronological order that's the intended way, and if you know Code Veronica, maybe you will have a different perspective on 5. Again, I played 5 before I played any of the others, pretty much, that I mentioned, so I can't guarantee it, but based on what I know, some of the characters are important. Now, where's that blood stain that I saw? Ah, here it is. Oh, I can't interact with it? I thought I can. I came back all the way here for nothing. But thank you for the update, PlayStation. I greatly appreciate it. I am so freaking lost. Ah, this is the cafe. Okay, so that trail of unknown, I think, goes here. And based on some of the furniture being destroyed, as well as the boxes, I would hazard the guess that something happened here. The question is, did something happen here and it leads back to the flower shop, or the other way around? Play 2, 3, 4, 7 and Umbrella Chronicles. Ooh, Umbrella Chronicles. I think Umbrella Chronicles are tied to Resident Evil 2 and 3. The Dark Side Chronicles are actually tied to 4. So if you are playing 4 and you want to know a bit more about the characters, maybe look at the Dark Side Chronicles as well. I didn't get that far with my Resident Evil playthroughs just yet. I'm kind of stuck on 3. But I think both Umbrella and the Dark Side Chronicles are part of the PlayStation Plus subscription. They are both, I think, PlayStation 3 games, but they are playable as far as I heard. If you haven't played the original, it's a good question which one to play first, because in 2 you are met with Claire, and if you played the third one you already know Jill, but Jill is also in the first one. Now Chris, if you played 7 and if you played 7, you might have encountered Chris in his weird phase when no one can recognize him. That was because the developers decided to use a different modeling technique, and after 7 they promptly dropped it. I'm still surprised that they didn't patch 7 and just switched out the model of Chris. It's really strange compared to his appearance in pretty much any other game. But to the point, Chris, without spoilers, is in 1, I think Code Veronica, and in 5. So if you are playing 5 without the other 2, you won't know much about Chris. I guess you know a bit about him through Claire in 2, but that's about it. It will still be a fun game. Definitely. The thing is, in whatever order you play the games, if you want to play them all, you will always learn something new about the characters, and depending on the order, you will look back on a game and have a different perspective on it because you kind of understand the character more. I played Resident Evil 5, fun fact, because when Resident Evil 6 was launched on Steam, there was a pre-order offer, and I actually pre-ordered that game, and the pre-order offer was if enough people pre-order the game, they will get Resident Evil 5. At least that is what my hazy memories tell me. And so I had both, and I played 5 and 6, and they are rather similar. They are more action oriented, and then I went back more to learn about the franchise. I couldn't really play the games because the original PC versions are a bit tricky to get to work on modern game platforms, PCs. I didn't have the games on the right consoles. They are rather old and they are rather expensive as they became well loved for reasons. And so I looked into the characters a bit to understand, and then when Capcom decided to start remaking them, I got to play the remakes, and thanks to PlayStation Plus, I might be actually able to play the originals, because actually you can play Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, the originals, I think, as part of PlayStation Plus. You also have Umbrella Chronicles, the Dark Side Chronicles, and Code Veronica, which is lovely. And those who are playing on PC, I think on GOG, Capcom released the original Resident Evil trilogy. So you can play those if you want. If you played them back in the day, I'm sure it's quite a trip down memory lane. And if you play the remakes, maybe it gives you a perspective on how much the games actually changed. I want to do that one day, but I still have to play the first 2 games, 0 and 1, the remakes, kind of in between the remakes, because they were created before the big remakes of 2, 3, and 4. And then I will look at the originals to just see how much the games improved in some ways, but also the changes. Because as much as I always try, even with Silent Hill 2, hear the remake, I try to appreciate the remakes as kind of standalone games and enjoy them for what they are. It's interesting to see the original games as well and compare them, so you can understand more what the changes were, why maybe they did it, what improved, what didn't. And you can hear a lot about fans talking about like how the Resident Evil 3 remake cut a lot of content, 2 is better in a way, 4 got changed, but not too much. And you can also start understanding why certain games might be more difficult to remake. Now we got all the way here. Reserved parking, okay. And so far I think there is nothing we can do up until this point. Here we have Cutts Street. So the only thing we can interact with is the Texan Cafe, so let's do just that. I guess this was the intention of the game, and it only took me like 1.5 hours to get to this point. You know, this scene just begs for a jump scare, and it shows the professionalism of the developers that they didn't include one. It's really, it really is a statement from the developers, both the originals and the people who worked on the remake. Depending on in which versions this is actually a part of the game, that look, this is not that kind of game. We are not doing cheap jump scares. And as I said, really, as I said, I don't. What was that? I don't know as much about the original game. I don't know every part of it. I don't know what was changed and what wasn't. So whenever I say something about the developers, just know that certain parts might only appear in this remake. Maybe they were not in the original, maybe they were, maybe they got changed. So take my words appropriately, but this is no good.
Hey, wait.
You do realize that didn't look like a casual wear person, right? So, what I was trying to say is I want to give credit to both the original developers and the Bloober team who created the remake, because in every part of this remake the work and the works of both of those teams are present. And actually, funny enough, just the noises made me look around and kind of expect that something will walk out of the fog, but apparently it seems we are walking into the fog, following that person. I mean, I'm not surprised that that James would be a bit confused about well, everything, because the town is not only deserted, but it's completely abandoned. Okay. Okay. I get it. I will still look around. You're not stopping me. I understand that James's survival instincts are not the best, but if I can check a building rather than follow a strange shape into the fog, I definitely will. Also, I saw that. Remains of swamp. The earth of land surround is monument was originally a swamp but was later filled. It was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the wood had to wash the ooze. After Shuns will be poured it. Perhaps it's full hat re that many in ha clay to have the area. Okay, so this was a swamp, and then it was filled in, I'm assuming, and this town was built, and it was since named Blood Swamp because I guess the swamp was red? Maybe because of algae? Or I'm looking at you. Or maybe because the lake washed out the graveyard. And people, inhabitants, so things here. You know, I think I will check this way first. It would be rather clever and also surprising if I went the exact opposite direction and I got a jump scare in my face. Sorry, I need to read it. Do not enter. Area closed off due to an accident. Trespassing might lead to injury or death. I'm not sure if the other place where I could look at myself like this had readable text, and also I have no clue what these are for. Solid coop. Okay, we have another street. I will not try to pronounce that. Oh, there's a lot of trash around here, let me tell you. A lot of trash. I mean, there's so much trash, at least I could find a raccoon. I know it's not Raccoon City, but still. You're just wondering that now? I've been doing it for the last 2 hours. Oops. I mean, that's one way to block off the road. You know, it's nice to have variety. Instead of just random walls, let's just remove the road altogether. Though it's interesting that the pipes are still connected and are undamaged. Slightly strange. Okay, I'm not going there. Every noise makes me turn. I'm not sure if I'm playing this game or the game is playing me at this point. I thought that white label was an interaction marker. It was not. Well, I guess we only have one way to go. Now that we exhausted all other options. I mean, it makes sense that you can't really go off the beaten path in a way. Literally. Since there's not much to do in this town. It's kind of dead. Okay. Bringing us into a narrow space to make us focus in the middle, bring our attention to whatever is ahead. Bit of claustrophobia. Nothing so far. What's that? Cigarettes? I think. Oh, I think I can hear the wet footsteps. Okay, I'm not going up there. I had a moment when I thought I might, but the game is really against me exploring, which is, I don't think, is necessarily against the exploration. It's more like, now you're not doing anything to get your mind off of whatever you are following. You will be faced with the horrors. Also, why does the controller shake every now and then? I don't even have a weapon. I mean, James, why are you in this pose all of a sudden? I don't like that. I mean, even you can sense that this is not a good idea. Okay. I mean, I don't think there's a manual save. There isn't. Oh, I accidentally pressed the triangle button. Okay.
Hello?
Well, maybe it is more afraid of us than we are of it. Which would be good for us. You know, that hammer is extremely inviting. Or that screwdriver. Or that wrench. Or even a freaking brick. I mean, you know, again, it's realistic that you just go into this resort town. Why would you want to arm yourself with anything? It would be rather strange, right? You don't know that you are in a horror game. Yet. Oh, the corners. Okay, so I'm assuming this creature is leaving the blood trail, and it came from the flower shop. Then went to the cafe. Maybe didn't get served, got a bit angry, and then went through the garage door. Look around to find objects marked by white cloth. Those are objects or traversals you can interact with. Yes, Wait, I kind of already figured that out with the auto shop. That was the first place where this idea is used. So yeah, this tutorial is a bit late for that. Really, you think it's a good idea to crawl through there? Okay. At least they didn't go into a first-person camera mode. Well, shit. Well, we're screwed. It casually went through the wall. Press X to squeeze through. Oh, we have a save point. Danger is ahead. Yeah, let's save. Also, really clever how they made the discomfort of James while he's interacting with these red squares affect the player as well with this rather uncomfortable noise. Okay, once again we are looking through this little window into the world, and the creature is not behind us, so that's lovely. Well, it's time to face your fears, James. Okay, maybe this is not the save icon that is making these noises. Okay, you opened it. I guess there's nothing inside. Health drink. Nutrition supplement. Okay. Press triangle to use a health drink. I don't want to. I don't want to waste it. I'm pretty sure the game will give me plenty of opportunities to use the health drinks. Why am I leaning when I want to look around in the game? Okay. Nothing here. So far. Bulletin board. Window. With a grate on it, so I can just jump out. No one has new mail. I'm not sure what that is. And we are not going there. So let's go with the only option we have. All right. It's a radio. Oh, that hole in the wall. It's not there for no reason. What are you? Good thinking.
Stay back.
Dodge. Oh. Okay, so that's the stuff we've been following the trail of. Oh. No, no. Ugh. That's disgusting. Okay, I guess we are just going to wreck you a bit. Stop it! Ow! Stop it! Are you dead?
Is this what I saw in the fog?
Yes, it is.
Whatever it is, it's not human.
Well, you just murdered something. Well, time to heal. Okay, well, we have a weapon. Where did you put it? Okay. I will not question that. And we also have a radio for some reason. It's a really interesting creature. It looks like someone in a straitjacket. But with a monstrous turn, the straitjacket is their own skin, in which they are struggling to get out. And they are spewing some kind of a toxic miasma. I wonder what that symbolizes. Well, I guess we know the basics of the combat now. Why I didn't attack it right away? Because in the beginning it lunged at me and I was waiting for it to do it again so I can dodge and hit it from behind so I can be more safe, but after a few attacks I realized, well, maybe I shouldn't risk it. But it certainly put me on the spot because I looked at it like, attack, okay, what's dodge? It's right in front of me. But I got out of there somewhat unharmed. I mean, I didn't die, so that's a good start in my book. Not really seeing anything, just a bunch of graffiti. Okay. Anyone has any idea where I am? Okay, so here I have to press X to go through, and there is no button prompt for that. Syringe. I almost said it's a screwdriver, but no, it's a really old and really dirty. You don't want to use that, right? I made... This is a syringe straight out of a saw trap. Syringe 1. Okay, so you have to hold the triangle for this. I'm not a huge fan of the press or hold the same button. It does something different idea. It's prone to cause some mistakes, which are, well, a fault of the player, and in this case me. But I'm assuming the syringe heals more than the little health bottles, supplements we have, and thus they take more time. Lovely. I love that. Press R2 to break glass in a moment. So I really like that there are not many things in the world of the game that you can interact with. So when you see that, oh, there's a little white circle, I can do something there, it still doesn't guarantee that you will find something there. There's a chance, but it might be empty. That's really interesting. Maybe on lower difficulties you get more items, maybe on higher difficulties even more of these spots are empty. But overall I like that it doesn't let you simplify things, thinking that, oh, this is a game, so if I see the little interaction icon, that means I will do something there, or I will find something there. No, it just means you can interact with it, and you will have to see what happens. And now we can break the glass, and it's already broken, but I'm curious to see how this will look like. Okay, it wasn't as visually stunning as I might have envisioned. It was still nice. Is that her voice? The church sounds like someone saying James. And come to somewhere. But with the static of the radio, it's hard to figure out who that was. It sounds like a female voice. I guess I could try to break windows, but it wouldn't make much sense. Because they are also boarded up, or I can't really reach them. Even though there is something inside the buildings other than darkness. For example, here you can see the curtains, so the developers paid attention to making even the inaccessible areas lived in, or at least look like they were once inhabited. Okay, where the heck am I? So I went through one of the buildings, or at least a little pathway between two buildings. Interestingly indeed, that gap between the two buildings is the biggest in the row of them. And then I went into one building, and apparently there was a save point here indeed, but I can't go back. That is probably the garage door where I can't go back. And now I'm here, so I'm in a little alleyway? Or is this part of Martin Street? Good question.
Where are you, Mary?
Don't know yet. But we'll figure it out, James. Uh-oh. Okay, what is up with these? Like, are they kind of, to me, look like memories? Because there is this wave effect, like things are getting clean, or we are remembering something, but we are obviously in the present. So what is up with these areas? I can't read that. There's nothing to read here. And indeed, I am thoroughly confused. But in this game, I actually enjoy that. I like that the game manages to confuse me, because I have trust in it that it's not confusing to me because it makes no sense, or it's really loosely written, and so you have to make assumptions to understand the story. Here I hope that they really have a strong story, but they don't tell you right away. They don't give the truth to you easily. You have to play through the game and experience everything to be able to start piecing together the puzzle pieces. And that is exciting. That is like when you start reading a book and you don't exactly know what's happening, but you know there's a great tale waiting. Right. Another car I cannot interact with. I am secretly hoping that I will be able to open one of these cars. Not because I could leave. We know there is no turning back, but maybe find something. I don't know actually if there are any kind of collectibles in the Silent Hill games. Maybe there aren't. Maybe they didn't fit the theme of the game, or maybe in old games it wasn't as popular to have collectibles, especially in this genre. oh goodness. But that is certainly a sight to behold. I'm almost concerned that whatever or whoever this was will get up. Bar Neely's matchbook. Close cover before striking. Okay, I can slightly rotate it. I can read it. I guess we have to go to Neely's bar. Oh, what did you do? Press up to open the map and check the new information. Oh. Neely's bar, yes. Oh, also we crossed out Gonzalez's restaurant. We couldn't get in there. Or maybe I missed it and it's because I can't return. I'm not sure what it means. Can I go in there? No, I can't. Now this is interesting because this looks like a person. You can see the boots and the clothing and a bag. And apparently they were attacked, I'm assuming, by the same or a similar creature as the one we fought. Well, what is this? If you're reading this, leave. Ah, yeah. That's not great to read. This place is not what it seems. Well, it seems pretty twisted. So I kind of feel like it is exactly what it seems in some ways. Sometimes you just have to look behind. Is there someone behind me? Run away, run away, run away! Yeah. Oh, wrong button. Okay, what's behind me? Nothing. Collected Martin Street note. I almost said, so that person is Martin. No, I think this is actually called Martin Street. Okay. Okay, I have to give it to the game. That startled me a tad bit. What is that reddish fog there? You know, you will not stop me from looking around, but yeah, I think I should. What was that? I think I should look forwards when I'm progressing and then go back so I don't miss anything. Even though I have to say, seeing something scatter off in the corner of your eye is certainly unsettling. What's that? I guess a kind of electric meter. Ooh, that's a save point. Oh, but thank you. I'm equal parts happy and concerned about the fact that the save points are getting more frequent. So this is the cause of this red mist. I'm almost sure there will be some use of this idea that we see the character through this red lens. I'm pretty sure something will appear behind us at one of these. Game was saved. Lovely. And because we don't have manual save, I will have to make sure that we actually save before we end stream. You know, that kind of sounds like a dog. and I'm not sure if that's the creature or there's a dog being attacked by the creature, but based on the fact that we haven't seen any animal so far, I will hazard a guess that is the creature. Stop, you say? Okay. I stopped. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, why I'm not necessarily thrilled about this creature's appearance is the rather simple fact that it seems to be small, quick and close to the ground, making it difficult to fight with. Yeah, that's my biggest concern, I know. Why do I hear noises from both sides? Oh! Okay, well, James, let's do something. Texan, as in Texan Cafe. Excuse me? No! Stop it! No! Ow! Oh! Oh, you! That was a brand new jacket. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Stop it! I actually thought this is a different kind of creature. Apparently, no, it's not. Also, really interesting how visceral the combat is. It really brings out the melee aspect of things, or melee aspect of how involved you and the character gets in it, how James swings the makeshift bat or this piece of lumber and puts almost his entire weight into the finishing blow. And even though I thought I'm kind of decent at dodging, seems not perfect. But the thing is here that I will have to learn is how many times you can hit the creature before you should kind of take a step back and let it do its thing. Is that gas? Should I light that? I mean, in theory I have matches. So yes, I will definitely have to learn the combat. So I think I can move in here, but I also have the cafe. I think we actually went around. Yes, we are on the other side of the Texan Cafe. We have so many places to go. And I'm kind of hurt, but I don't want to use up a health item. I don't even know where I can check how many health items I have without using up one. And this is the cafe. This was the door we saw being open through that hole in the glass. So indeed we went around and now we are here. Ooh, there's something with the cash register. Okay. So the rags are kind of pointing out that we can interact there. I'm not sure why we can do this, but I'm concerned that it will be useful. What do you mean what? Okay. Shit. I was looking at that. I don't know if I would be safe in oh shit. In the inspect menu, but I'm not taking chances. Oh goodness. Okay, if you don't get up, I'll beat you on the ground. Okay, I completely pressed the wrong button, but that's fine. Oh! Okay, so if you hit them from the back, that helps. Are you dead? Let's make sure. Interesting, you can continue hitting them even after they died. It's fascinating because it kind of brings out the violence of the player. It reminds me a bit of the trophy in Little Nightmares 2, where you hit those hands, and because they are a bit frustrating and difficult to deal with, you just keep hitting them to make sure they are dead, and you actually get a trophy for that. But here, it more like shows that in a survival situation, you don't really care about what is too much force to protect yourself. And it even makes me wonder in a way that is it possible to not kill these creatures? Is it necessary to kill them? I don't know. I really don't know, but it surely makes me wonder, because it's that kind of game. And indeed it was important to jump over that counter. And the idle animation changed as well, because James is kind of moving around his right arm, checking his shoulder and such. So what the heck did I find? Oh, we indeed have an inventory. Mary's letter. This is personal. Mary's letter. That's definitely Mary's handwriting. Okay. And you can investigate it like this. Okay. The brilliant writing. And indeed, I titled my stream today In My Restless Dreams, and that line is iconic to this game and to the franchise overall. But to me, when I first heard that many years ago, I just found it absolutely fascinating. It's such a beautiful line. This entire sentence, it fascinates me. And as a word lover, it's just something that I have to give credit for, whoever wrote it. And I'm assuming this, well, more like a guess, but the original developer team behind the Silent Hill games, they were, I think, mostly Japanese people, and I don't know if they spoke English. I don't know in what language the game was developed. My guess would be Japanese, and so it was translated. So both the writer and the translator did a terrific job here. I cannot tell you how correct the translation is. Obviously, I don't speak Japanese, but this line, this letter, it's just, I adore it, really. It's just these restless dreams. It's such a phrase that makes me wonder what exactly it means. It's lovely, just lovely. Okay, so we can investigate these and read them, and if you read them, then you don't have to leave the menu. Photo of Mary, a photo from when she was still healthy. So we know she died because of some illness. James mentions that. We cannot read this, but we can investigate it. Nothing on this side. We can zoom in a bit if we want. We cannot move or rotate the item. I'm sorry for going back and forth. I'd like to look at everything. Nothing here. Okay. So this is personal. Equipment. Wooden plank. A wooden plank studded with nails. An improvised weapon. Okay. And then we have the radio. A small portable radio. Emits static when monsters are nearby. Oh, great to know. And we can turn it on and off. Why would I want to turn it off? Except if it brings attention to me. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Medical syringe restores vitality by relieving pain. Highly effective. So it's just a painkiller. Yep, wouldn't use it. Key items. Neely's bar coin. A coin with Neely's bar logo. That is interesting because, you see, we found that dead body on the street, and they had the match stakes, the matchbook with Neely's bar's logo on it. And I didn't go to Neely's bar. I actually went to Coffee Texan, and we found this bar coin in the cash register. Oh, that's nice. When you rotate it, he rotates the coin between his index and thumb. Nice. Okay, we have mementos. And we have South Wales, so we will have parts. So we have the note on Martin Street. We looked at the back of this. A note found on Martin Street, yes. Matchbook, a custom matchbook with Neely's bar logo printed. Okay, can I flip this? I cannot flip it, so I can't flip everything. I don't think I could flip this either. But this is a key item, so I'm assuming this will be important. And the flower shop message, I don't think there was anything on the back of this, but let's make sure. And then we have the maps. We have the map of South Wales. A map of Silent Hill depicts the outskirts of the South Wales district. This was the one that we started with. This is the map of the east side of South Wales. A map of Silent Hill depicts the east side of the South Wales district. And we have map of the west side of South Wales. When did I get this? A map of Silent Hill depicts the west side of the South Wales district. I don't know when I got this. Well, maybe I got both of them at the same time. Also, I don't know what plays in the background when you are in the menu. For a moment, I thought it was the original intro of the game. From the original one. Because it kind of looked like a blurred image of the protagonist's face when he is looking into the mirror in the beginning, but maybe I'm just imagining things. Nice car there. Okay, I think this is all we could do here. But to get this, we had to fight. I mean, we could have ran out, I guess. That was an option. And maybe sometimes it's wiser to just run. Oh, there's another scaffolding wall there, so we won't go too far. Public phone, another closed door. So we should listen to the static. Clever game idea. That was not static, that was something much worse. Okay, you're still here? Great, that means he didn't get up and run off. Gentleman's style. So this, I guess, is a barber shop. You know, that oversized pair of scissors would make for a heck of a weapon. Can I get that? Well, my bad for this, but I want to check around. Scissors. So this is still not where we should be going, but exploration is key and also rather fun. I would really appreciate a flashlight, however. No, definitely you can make the game brighter if you set the gamma. There are regs here, but I can do anything. So you can change the graphics settings. I left them on the default because I think that's how the developers wanted players to experience the game, and if it's too dark, maybe for collectibles or something, in a future playthrough I can change that. I saw him again, or at least I think so. He says he didn't, but I don't know anymore. I'm tired. Can't find it. Doesn't matter. That scraping noise again. Interesting how some of the notes are grammatically correct, and they start the sentences with a capitalized letter and then end with a period, but some of the notes are kind of just scraps of sentences, just phrases, like can't find it, doesn't matter. And that, again, an interesting way to convey information that whoever wrote it was either disturbed in a rush and just wrote it down, or it's something more serious, like how we saw in Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs, where some of the notes get more and more erratic because of the things happening in that game. So yes, interesting. I don't pick this up. I can't turn it around. I don't know who he is. No, we could break that window as well. Oops. Let me show you. It has the same cloth. Actually, it's a great question where that cloth really is. But I don't want to cause more property damage than necessary. So where the heck did we come from? I think there. Andy's bookstore. Yes, a bookstore. It's locked. Come on, man. want a book. Okay, I guess we're not going there, not going there, or there, and this is where we came from. Okay, time for the map. Oh yes, we can change between the previous and the next map. It's interesting how, because the animations are showing the same move, it kind of looks like the maps change place in his hand. It's it's fun, but I enjoyed. What? I'm looking at my map. So the Texan Cafe is no with a check mark, marked with a check mark, and it has a circle on it, so that was a point of interest of sorts, but I don't exactly know why. Nothing really told us we should go there, other than the blood trail leading there, or whatever that was. Okay, so we can go this way, except we cannot. Uh-oh. Is there something on the other side of this fence, or something inside? There or there? Great question. I don't really... Did I see something in there? I'm not necessarily sure, but... Oh! Interesting. The phone wasn't put back in its place. Every noise makes me turn around. That's some good atmosphere. Well, in we go. And maybe really quickly out as well. It's not good that we don't have a way to really exit this place. But hey, we have the door closed, so we will use the window. Don't hear any static. Okay. Another empty locker. Love those. They fill me with hope then. Just yank it away. Research Silent Hill. In March of 1965, the town of Silent Hill was visited by the Maine Physical Research Association. After thorough examination, a team of expert dowsers from the association concluded the area surrounding the now historic Witz coal mine to be highly active. They also expressed their hopes for further research and exploration of the gorge. Okay. These hopes, however, were never fulfilled due to the location being restricted as a historic nature preserve, as declared by the Silent Hill Historical Society. Additionally, the idea was met with resistance from the local community, which claimed that the nature of the association's research would hinder tourist activity in the area. Questioning the credibility of our research and hiding behind day trippers seems like an excuse to prevent us from seeing what's really out there, commented one of the researchers. Unfortunately, none of the local representatives were available to comment on the matter. Editor's note: at the time of publishing, there exists no evidence supporting credibility of radiesthesia or proving effectiveness of any dosing methods. Opinions expressed in the article do not reflect the author's views. Interesting. So the locals did not want the researchers to come here. Maybe, or at least they said, because it would hinder tourism. And indeed, this, in the description at least of the game, Silent Hill is described as a resort town. So it kind of makes sense. Now I'm wondering, are these added to my inventory in any way? Apparently not. Okay, so we found a bit of lore here, but that's about that. Elior. So nice to see that you are using both of your hands at the same time. I'm rather happy that you are so good at multitasking. I am certainly not. That's why I stop in the game. No way. No. No multiple boobs at the same time. I told you. No. No matter how many points you have, you will get refunded. No multi-booping. The head massage is kinda nice. It just relieves some tension. But the booping, not so much. But how are your days going? After all, today is Friday the 13th. Two on the nose? Not as much as you're booping. Now stop it. What's that? What was that noise? I am not taking another step as long as I'm getting booped. I have to have my focus undivided. Okay, that was one. That's two boops. I feel like the count from Sesame Street is like 1 boop, 2 boops, 3 boops. Yeah, it's great. Actually, let me take my hood back. Okay, had enough? No. No, you didn't. You know, while you're booping, I might as well take a tea break. By the way, if I attack while I'm drinking tea, there's a good chance my keyboard will be soaked. I'm drinking sweet tea, so it will be rather sticky. Okay. Enough of the booping. We had our tea. We have a hole to explore. Not like in Silent Hill 4, that's a different kind of whole situation, but... Can I break these windows? Actually I can, not that I can go through here. I have a feeling whatever enemy is activating my radio is actually beyond this fence and I'm being played. But there are some strange noises coming from in here for sure. So we either have some oversized cockroaches in here. Or I'm not alone. Oh, you. Fucking cold it with the cockroaches. Haha. You can't come out. Well, not as elegant, but come back. Get you. Okay. Ah. Okay. We have to get the back. Those shoes. The shoes are high heels. And actually, look at the lines on the curves on the butt. It looks like a kind of female outfit. Now, I'm not sure how much the blood is covering, but it looks like high heels, stockings, and a kind of corset mixed with a straight jacket, of course. Why? Why are they like this? Also, we can leave bloody footprints. Okay, so we also have cockroaches, and apparently they can bite because something attacked me before this creature even appeared. Alright, well, what will we find here? Looks slightly bloody, but what am I looking at here exactly? Every answer brings more questions, and most of the answers are to questions that I didn't even know I had. Deluxe automatic washers. Super strong, super clean. Wash away the stains of yesterday. Oh, that's a good slogan. I'm finally making myself food. Oh, this is a wonderful game for giving you a bit of inspiration for cooking. What are you making for yourself? Okay, so apparently the creature wasn't on that side, and also I don't know why I went in here. Well, other than the obvious. Because I like exploration, even though that pretty much counts as a death wish in this town, it seems. Nothing here. Okay. Well, let's go further and then we will look back. Oh, great. Now, the interesting thing is they seem to be a prisoner of their own skin, which is a really interesting philosophical idea, but they don't seem to have eyes. So do they see us? Can I sneak up on them? And also their movement. They are struggling with the high heels. You can see their ankles kind of bending. It's really interesting because them spewing this acidic miasma is... It doesn't seem, to me at least, as as a sign of them being evil. They seem to be victims themselves of some sort. The question is of what? But whatever it is, it makes them hostile towards, well, us and possibly others. I'm rather sorry about this. Oh, that trail of blood. Look at them move so unnaturally. It's fascinating because if you look at them, the blood actually pools beneath them. They don't seem vicious or evil. They are rather a saddening sight in a way. They are obviously pained by something. And they are struggling. A pizza place, I think it is. T's Italian restaurant. Okay, so we checked a bit further so we can go and look. I think the blood trails disappear, which makes sense since the blood itself is sometimes an indicator of where you should be going. 4 Lees. Okay, we don't have the phone number, but to be perfectly honest, I'm not exactly interested. Here to corner. Okay, sale, 50% off, closed. Don't think I can go in there. I will try not to break all of the windows, as much as maybe you could. If I can't go in, there's not much of a point. Cocktails! Oh yes. Those lovely roosters. That sight of this lonely creature stumbling around. I don't know, those traffic lights just dangling up there. They are extremely heavy and big, and to see them move this much, it almost feels unnatural. And I'm still hurt, by the way, so I should be careful. The grass is growing from the sewer panel, the manhole cover, but just everything screams that this place is abandoned and forgotten. So here I definitely feel like that you could get around without killing these creatures. I will kill them because I want to look around and I really don't want to die, and I feel like that's kind of the way the developers wanted people to think and perhaps trick them. Give them a kiss. They don't really have a mouth. Oh, that was wrong. Ow! I wasn't exactly behind them. That was a mistake. And no, apparently my health is bad, which is, well, no surprise. I never said on the mouth. Yeah. True. I kind of assumed. Okay. Round 2. We have a bigger area here, so I might as well use it to my advantage. You want to get into that Chinese restaurant? the sounds. I have no clue what they recorded for these sounds. But they are absolutely lovely. Oh, I will get it wrong again. Will I not? Ow! Stop turning around. Ooh, look at that. It's just eating away the blacktop. But here we actually can see their front. So the same legs, obviously, the shoes, and then they have these kind of seam-like in the front, in the middle, and also on the back, along their spine. And I'm not sure if I'm imagining it, they kind of seem like they have a face underneath the skin. The highlight kind of suggests to me that there are eyes, there's a nose, maybe a mouth. I'm not sure where they are puking from. I'm not sure. Maybe they rip open their front. Maybe a cat throwing up. Is this what a cat throwing up sound like? Boop. Careful, I might boop you back. Just know every boop is an invitation for a return boop. But I do thank you for the stretch and posture check. I kinda need it. Now, where was I before I used up my last bit of health? That's fine, but I see. Boop back. Does the same go for messing with your hair? The same goes with plenty of things, even though I feel like you would somehow try to exploit that system. Don't let alcohol shatter your life. Ooh, that's a good one. No, you would never, really. Boop, I doubt you can reach down here without breaking your back. Crosswalk. Zev, are you using your height as an advantage? Yeah, maybe my back would hurt, but I can still get you. Is that a short joke? From a short person? Maybe. Scary. No, I'm not sure what this represents. Maybe that there are creatures walking around here, because I have this idea that the signs kind of hint at certain things in the game. And this might be, once again, a point of no return. I don't remember how short Zenf is. I think they are around my height though. Okay, but you don't have to scream about that. I don't know when I hit the cap lock. That's fine. So this is American Cafe. Here's my question. We are here at the American Cafe. At the other end of this street, where you can see the check mark, is Texan Cafe. Isn't having two cafes on the same street kind of too much? As an American, I cannot answer your question about American cafes. But my next question would have been, what is Texan Cafe? But I guess you can't answer that. As I've never been to one. Wow. You don't like coffee? But hey, one is American, one is Texan, so... Yeah, but isn't Texas kind of like in the USA? So isn't that American as well? Can I open this? Yes, I can. Ooh, where the heck are we? Fine. Quality. Yeah, that's probably not the name of the place. Let me check. Also, I really like these glass panels in the doors, because you look through and you can kind of make out what's outside, but not really. There is a barrier there, which provides a kind of sense of security, but you can still see through it. You know it can be shadowed, it's just glass, but you don't have a clear vision of what is outside. It is rather unsettling, and the texture kind of reminds me of the poster of the Human Centipede movie. So where the heck are we? Big J's. Okay. Let me see. American would be more generalized, and Texan would be specifically how they do in Texas, I guess. That makes sense, yeah. Maybe the coffee is stirred with a gun. That would be rather Texan. I'm 160 centimeters. Wow. Knowing how much Texans are, that checks out. Most Texans have guns. I mean, Texas is a wild place in many ways, and it's not just about obsession with guns, but when you are out on a ranch and there are actually wild coyotes and animals around, you kind of want a gun, and not just to protect your home from burglars or something like that. Really just nature, and many people around that area, I think, hunt. But to me, not going into any of the gun laws and things like that, in a place like Texas, where, as you said, generally everyone has a gun or multiple, who would be crazy enough to try to break in? Like, that's a death sentence. Go somewhere else to break in. That is a terrible idea. If you try to break into somewhere in Texas, it's like you are either out of your mind or you just really want to get shot. I would not step into Texas, though. Yeah, it's rather I wouldn't say it's a dangerous place, because yes, they have guns, but it's not like they are shooting all over the place. I think that's about 5'3". Let me think. 160 centimeters is 5 foot is 150, so that's 5'4" actually. Don't try to make yourself any shorter. And I'm about 5'5", so you get the break. As far as I know, there is a lot of homophobia in Texas. That's a different thing. I was talking about the guns. But as far as I know, Texas being south is more old school in ways, not as progressive with certain things, but again, I don't like to generalize people and things like that, because I'm sure there are nice and accepting people there, and there are really, really terrible people all over the place in every country. Well, 160 centimeter is 62.9 inches. Yeah, and if I know it correctly, 12 inches is a foot, so 5 foot would be 60. Wow, really? I thought 1 centimeter is 2.54. I mean, 1 inch is 2.54 centimeters. So I kind of calculate with 2.5, but I guess you are correct if you checked it. Yeah, but guns plus homophobia is not a good combo for me. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing where you are coming from, which is about 5.25 feet. A quarter of a foot is 3 inches, so... Yes, but here's the thing. If you say 5 foot and 3 inches, or you say 5.25 foot or feet, I think the latter sounds better. It's like, you know, that's a quarter, that's almost like a half, but not quite. Going by halves and quarters can get weird with feet, considering it goes by a 12 system, not a 10 system, so it can get really annoying. I think within its own system it kind of works, because you just have to know 12 inches in a foot. Where it gets confusing is switching and converting between the empirical system and the... what is it called, the European one? The metric system. Yeah, but the metric system is so much easier. Interestingly, even in America, certain things are measured by the metric system. I heard that in certain trades, the working with inches is kind of easier. I'm not sure. Maybe because you don't have to mess around with millimeters or tenths of a centimeter. You just say it's an inch, it's a half inch, and the empirical system kind of works. Base 10 systems are so easy to do math with. That's true. I mean, throughout history there were many different systems. You obviously had have time with 12. With the day is 24 hours. You have 60 minutes in an hour, so that's a base 60 system. So it gets confusing, but there is this idea that 10 was unique because people have 10 fingers, and so it's easier to count. It can be easier at times with inches, but math is almost always easier with systems that go by 10. I can see that. Even with 10, it can get difficult at times. Now let's see this lovely establishment. Ooh, wet floor. That's dangerous. We don't want to sleep. Another bit of lore. Okay. Is there anything on the other side? No. Okay. That man was here again. I told him he'd been warned not to come here. He acted like he didn't know what I was talking about. Now, I'm not sure if this is written by the same person as the one in the flower shop and the one in the barber shop. Probably not, but they all talk about one man. In the flower shop, it was a man who ordered the bouquet and said that he would be back. In the barber shop, someone said, well, whoever wrote the note, that they saw this man again, but they are not sure. And here we have again a man who been warned not to come here, and apparently they acted like they didn't know about it. Anyway, he got up and left. He didn't make any sort of fuss, but there's something about him that gives me the creeps. When I look at his face, it's like I'm staring at a mask, and there's something underneath, waiting to get out. I don't want to be there when that happens. Ooh. Let me read the chat in a moment. I'm sorry if I don't reply to something right away, but I try to read through one thing at a time and kind of go through my train of thought, so what I'm saying is more coherent. I do find it funny though with America, the more guns people have and the less laws they have for gun control, the safer it typically is. Now there are obviously debates about what the best course of action with guns is. It can be argued, and I'm not on either side, that gun control is important and laws and regulations should be stricter, but also if everyone has access to guns, it does become a bit like the Wild West, that no one really uses them because they know if they try to shoot someone they will get shot. It's an interesting idea. But I won't say much else on that because it can get really political really fast. There's obviously a lot talked about gun laws in politics, and and I understand that can be controversial. With either side, my response is, look, you have your approach. As long as people are not getting killed for no reason, so for, let's say, real self-defense or something like that, I understand you have a gun, you get attacked, you are threatened, and you are in actual grave danger and you shoot someone. That's understandable. That's kind of the point of the gun ownership overall. But if people who are not doing anything wrong, who are not dangerous, who are just going on in their everyday life, they are not getting shot, they are not getting killed, then it works. It's the task and the challenge for the US citizens to figure out what they think is the best course of action. So if their solution is everyone gets a gun and no one gets shot, I can't argue with it. To someone who lives in, let's say, a European country or an Asian country or wherever where gun laws are really strict and most people never even see a gun in their lives, it might be strange. But again, different countries, different people. I will not say that someone is bad if they own a gun, if they are responsible with it. The only one thing that I mostly bring up with guns is I'm fine with people buying and owning them and all that. The only thing I feel like should be a bit more focused on is safety training, so everyone knows how to handle guns. Because there are videos online where I watch and I'm like, oh my goodness, don't even touch the gun. Like, you are breaking every possible rule there is, and I don't know half of them. So that's my approach on it. If you do it safely, all right. That's how it typically works here. You got it dead on the head. I'm happy about that, thank you. In places like my state, where it's easier to get concealed carry weapons, less people are likely to start fights because anyone could have a pistol tucked away, so it's safer to just de-escalate. That's interesting. To me, that's a really interesting part of like open carry and concealed carry. I guess it brings in that psychological aspect that you say, because if everyone is required to have their gun open or openly visible to everyone, then if someone, let's say, wants to rob you and they see that you don't have a gun, then you are kind of an open target. But with concealed carry, they don't know. So I kind of understand the idea there. It is, again, to Europeans, I'm sure it's a bit strange that it's like, wait, I'm walking on the street and everyone might have a gun under their shirt? But again, just have the safety on, please. Because I have a feeling some people shoot themselves in the foot, and that's not good. And my state is ranked #1 in the country for how safe we are in those statistics. That's great. Again, if this is the state's solution, and every state is different, which is kind of interesting to, again, a lot of countries, because the US is a country, but the states are kind of tiny countries with their own laws and regulations. But if it works, it works. I never had to have any sort of safety training or anything. Literally went to Walmart. That's concerning. They checked to make sure I wasn't a criminal, and boom, I got a rifle. Well, dear Elior, I really, I do not want to sound rude here, right? I respect your rights that you have as a citizen of your country, but please, when you are talking about purchasing a gun, do not use the phrase, and boom, I got a rifle, okay? I understand you just go to Walmart and get one, but that's not the right word to use. I 100% agree we need more safety courses or something. That's what I think is more important, because you can say that, well, the younger generation kind of learns it from the older one, but some people don't have that background. And I don't know what the laws are. I would assume you have to be an adult to purchase a gun, but whatever age they say is the requirement is just kind of a made-up number. Just because you turn 18, 21, or whatever age you want, nothing magically changes. Yes, you have some life experience, but it doesn't make you magically responsible in every way. And that's why I think it's just good practice to have some safety courses, and not because I think that people are irresponsible, but because if you just buy a gun, where would you know how to handle it? How you know how to clean it? What ammo you need? I mean, I understand there's Google, but you can get some really terrible advice on Google. So it's more like at least have, and maybe there is, some kind of an official way to get information. Because again, just because you grow up doesn't mean that you know everything. If something is new to you, you can obviously learn it, but you need the resources to do so. I went out of my way to find more information on gun safety myself, because I kind of believe in that, but I'm sure most people don't. Again, it's not a requirement. In a way, in certain states, if there is really a gun culture, and kind of everyone knows everything, maybe it's not as necessary, because you can just learn from your peers. But if that's not the case, I feel like it's a good thing, because I'm not American, but if I was handed a weapon, which probably would be illegal, I wouldn't know how to take it apart, how to clean it, to do just basic maintenance. I would probably be guessing half of the calibers. That's not necessarily a good thing. I'm sure that's a big part of why you see so many videos of people being stupid with guns. Put it in the dishwasher. I heard that's not a great thing to do. but I'm not sure why. I mean, if it's unloaded, I guess it cleans it, but I heard that it's not good for the gun. My gun would be one of the best ones to learn with. I guess that means your gun is really simple, or it's some version... Oh, collected Big J's note. Would be one version of an AK-47, because that works whatever you do with it. Very low caliber rifle, so next to no recoil, so I'm assuming a 22. So definitely, and it's in a way I don't want to to sound hypocritical, because I'm playing games, I'm playing shooters, not now but many times. In games, kids shoot around, and obviously in an action game, in an action movie, there is no gun safety. So when they grow up, I think it would be a good idea to reinforce that fact that, look, that was fiction and this is reality. And I'm sure 99% of the people are okay with that, and they are aware of those facts, but there's the 1%, and that's the problem. So to me, I would say these kind of safety courses are not because people think that you are stupid, but because someone might be, and it's better to just tell everyone everything, and they can sort through the advices. I mean, if you know everything already, then good to go. Very simple and low caliber, so it won't scare you as much when it kicks, because it doesn't kick. Yeah, not like a 50 cal revolver, which just breaks your wrist and possibly your face. Now, what do we have here? Oh, some souls. Oh, wrong button, sorry. Health drink, lovely. What is that? Is that a picture? I think that is a picture. Hot sauce. Ooh. I like the... I'm not sure the time period. I want to say 50s, 60s American art. Cherry pie. Good day. Thank you. You have a menu. No more cherry pie. Hot dogs. Who best? Meat in the city. Look, if my hot dog has arms, legs, and a face, I'm not sure about it. I'm delicious, drink me. That is kind of a strange advertisement, okay? But okay, ice cold. Huh? I understand. Why was there no static? You know, it's funny that I come out like it's better outside. It is not. That's another issue with gun safety. You are supposed to keep guns locked away in a place kids can get to, but some people don't care and keep it in a dresser somewhere. There are some arguments about that, because if you keep... I think the laws require you to keep the guns and the ammunition separately in separate safes, and I understand that some people say, well, if someone breaks in, I can't exactly open two safes and craft together my self-defense device. So again, it requires a lot of communication, and people will figure it out. You don't like hot dogs? Not if they have arms and legs. Weird. I'm the weird one? But thank you. I love when my hot dog does a little jig for me before I eat it. Good for you. Good meal, good deal. Cold drinks. Ooh. Ah, lovely. Are you alone? Because if not... Let's say if not, I'm in trouble. Did you notice me? I think they noticed me. And there's a slight problem. This is a rather narrow place. And I can't dodge too well. Oh! Okay, that was close. No, no, no. Come on. And get caught up. Okay, let's take this fight to the street. As weak you look, as absolutely deadly you are. I think they are kind of spewing the acid out of their torso. It kind of starts from their crouch and goes all the way to maybe their face. So I feel like that seam line is opening up. Okay, if I have enough room, I can kind of deal with them by running around them. Ooh, more hot sauce. Do like it hot. Coffee machine. Because you can get coffee in this restaurant as well. This is the third place where you can find coffee in this lovely town. I feel like people are a bit coffee addicted around here. Okay, I'm not going up. But where the fuck am I now? Here. Wherever here is. Okay, so we have a kind of shortcut to that place. Not here. This is closed. Fine. Fine with that. So far we found absolutely nothing but some lower tidbits, which is lovely. Okay, so we have 1-way and 2-way and 3 ways. Well, I should get to Nellie's bar, which means we will go the exact opposite way, because reasons. You can smash windows looking for passages and additional equipment. Why are you telling me that now? Oh, this is a pet store? And that's a cop car? And this is a Chinese restaurant? Not going in there. So I guess I could smash these windows, but there's no point because I can't get in, so I'm just racking up property damage for no reason, which is kinda rude. Okay, might be under the car actually, I just realized. Oh, I fucking called it. Oh no, oh no, oh, okay, that was kind of a Dark Souls like dodge right through the enemy. Oh. Okay, they can turn. They can turn while vomiting. Understood. They can turn quick. Okay. Remember when I had perfect health? Yeah, me too, it was 2 seconds ago. I don't know what makes it so brilliantly eerie, but I love it how they emerge from the fog. You heard me before, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you heard me already, so there's no being sneaky here. Come on. Also, I'm actually using the nails in the board as the weapon. I have to say the combat is rather satisfying, which is probably a slightly messed up thing to say. Okay, can I break the window here? I actually can. Doesn't mean that I can open the darn thing, but yeah, I can. Now why did... Okay. Okay, where did you come from? So why did the game tell me to look around and smash windows? Okay, so this one is still dead. Did the other one get up? If you're just walking away, I don't want to hurt you or anything, but I probably will. It's probably a terribly bad idea to follow them. Oh, the static is getting loud. Wait. Maybe the static is what they notice when I'm going after them. Even though I was able to sneak behind... Oh. I'm not here. I'm not running. I think that would create too much noise. I love it. It's a bit like the lickers in Resident Evil 2. You think that they notice you because they make these weird sounds and sudden moves. But no. Nope. I don't know what's your name as a creature, but no. Just don't do it. Okay, fashion boutique again, completely closed. Now, I don't know if the fuck. Okay. Okay, so you're an extra tough one. I see. I hit you already, and you do not seem to care a bit. Okay, let's make sure that it is dead. I think it is. Okay, if it gets up again, that means there is no killing this one. Which could be a subtle hint from the developers that I should not be going this way. But I take no subtle hints. Ooh, what was that sound? Another locked door. Oh, all these flyers moving in the wind. So nice. Dry cleaners. I was already at a place with washing machines. Apparently this is different. Impressive. Sure it is. Roadwork ahead. Okay, finally. We are hitting a dead end here. I still have some extra health left in the form of those medical items. I love groovy music. Good for you. Oh, those poor vinyl records. So what catches me off guard all the time is the radio noise is coming from the left, and so I always looked to my left, being a bit confused about like, what is that noise? I'm starting to realize that is actually the radio. Oh! Okay. Cockroach eliminated. It wasn't alone. Okay, cockroach number 2. I'm actually fighting cockroaches. What the heck? Okay, nothing hiding here? Good. This sure seems like an out of the way area. Dare I say, a secret? No, it's probably not, but hey, extra medkit is always good. And actually, I was just about to say that when I said in the form of medkits I have extra health, I wanted to correct myself, saying, well, I really only have one medkit, but I found another. Neighborhood care. What is this little jingle? Is that a wind chime somewhere? Kind of sounds like it. Ooh, what is this? The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. But I'm not sure if I'm in the nightmare version or the normal version. Is it just the fabric moving, or the text is slowly shifting? Okay, so I guess I should not go in there. I don't know, just a hunch. Well, we have this one place left on this road. Yeah. Last freaking thing I want to do is go in here. Okay. We got what we wanted, and that is alert the creature, whatever the creature is. And now I'm starting to really appreciate how you don't have to interact with the doors to open them. And not only so you can make a swift escape, but you cannot just stand near a door, press X, open it and peek inside. No, you actually have to go there and use your body to open it. You have to be much closer. You have to face the horror. Would you be ever so nice and get out? Okay, seems like the answer is no. Well, shit. You know, 1 is alright. 2... not so much. I just really properly hope that the other one does not want to get out and hit me in the back. Press rapidly X to push back. Okay. Thank you for the hint. I guess that was the quick time event. Even though, interesting, I guess by instinct I already started mashing the X before reading the prompt. Stop it! Okay, this is nothing personal, but just to make sure. Oh, that's interesting. You see those metal pieces like an oversized zipper. Those are either two lines of staples in a way, or it shows that this skin straitjacket is partially open, and maybe that's why they can then spew this acid. Okay, got one down, and I really hope there are only two. It's rather interesting that I'm the one trying to sneak up on the creature. Those poor records. Will he come out? Because, again, really narrow aisles. Let's check. The other one is dead. Okay. I want no surprises. Oops! Oh, you are a slightly different coloration. Or maybe they are always like this and they turn slightly red because of the blood. Well, you are right next to each other, so was nice meeting you. Now, before I check everything, because yes, I will. Can I break that? I can. I guess they programmed into the game that you can literally break any glass and any window, even if it makes little sense in certain cases. Okay. Thank you, Elior, for the stretch. Okay, what is this? Nothing on this side. The janitor came in the other day, drunk and in tears. Had half a record with him. Kept yelling, "We gotta fix it somehow." I was willing to do it just to shut him up, so I got up to get the glue from the cabinet. But then he realized he only had the one half, so he ran out. Can you much about the record? Maybe ask around at Nellie's next time you're there. Might be one of theirs. Nellie's. Or Neely's. I'm still not sure. Okay, so we have collected a record store note. There is Neely's. Okay. So we might have a record we can put back together. Face the music, find the melody of your dreams, and kick up your heels. Okay. I'm happy that our lovely protagonist can read in the dark, because I certainly can't. Well, there is nothing that indicates I could get through, but there's nothing that indicates I can. Wait, I could? Even without the rags? That opens up the possibilities of so many areas. Haha! Shortcut unlocked. Music can bring you back to those wonderful moments you thought lost. That is rather true. And look at that old monitor. Love it. Okay, now please Give me a safe spot. I've been playing for more than an hour. I know I'm going everywhere except the intended place, but I kind of want to save. Okay, I will not trash this entire place. But we do have some items here. Including, I think, some glue. Vinyl glue. I never heard about vinyls being glued together, but I guess it's possible. And half a record. The Long Way. Side 1. Okay. Let's put it away. And indeed, maybe because of the distance, but I could not see that those items were ones I could interact with from here. No, it was rather obvious that there is an area there. But to be honest, I wasn't 100% sure that I could get there. So I wouldn't be surprised if some people missed it. Okay. Is it just this one? Or all of them like to get up? No, this is still dead. Okay, so there are extra strong ones. Yeah, this is still dead. That is still dead. Great. Okay, we checked one away. The other one is Cat Street. That's the one? Yeah. Cat Street. Okay, let's go, let's check. That almost sounded like a car engine. Oh. I saw you. I saw you. Stealth cockroach kill. Okay, nothing here. But I guess we can check what we missed so far. Door. It's nice that they kind of obviously show you which doors you will not enter through. Huh? That was strange. It had an interaction button appear for a moment. But I cannot break through this because of the metal in there. Okay, I can get in here, I think. Probably not here. Stop it. Drug hotline. Okay. I think it says addiction recovery in the middle. Hospital addiction department. That's a nice thing. Drug hotline. It's also interesting how I run ahead to check things, right? And when I turn back to look around, I realize how little I moved. I can see you there. Just saying. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure we will be able to look around here, and this seems to be much bigger than the other area. Old bakery cafe. So I will try to go towards the actual direction, which we should have been focusing on for the last 2 hours. We are not drinking an American cafe, or at the American cafe. Can I check that? No. Silent Hill Auto Parts. I kind of left my car behind, so I'm not in need of that. Stop it! One thing that you might have seen there is the character kind of gets pulled into the animation, so you don't have to perfectly get the distance right between you and the enemy. That's a nice thing. Okay, we're not going in there, but we have somewhere to actually go later on. We have a puzzle on our hands. Perhaps the first. I will look at a full playthrough of this game after I'm done with the stream. And just check how far we got. I'm pretty sure it's like 1 hour in total, because I was talking and overall just going really slowly. I can see you there, you know. But hey, if you want to stay there, you can. Giga computer! Oh yeah, this is a nice place. Closed. Again with the signs, it's kind of unrealistic that the sign would tell me whether or not the door is open or closed, since this is kind of an abandoned area. But the thing is, the flower shop had the sign open on it, and the door was actually open. Can I go in there? Don't ask me why I want to go in there. It's a nice cozy place. Oh, freaking great. Did you notice me? Andy's tool shop. I don't think you noticed me. Let me check my map. This is a terrible idea. Okay, this is Nelly's. Or Neely's, I think. Open. Oh goodness, a safe spot. Yes. I don't know what got into him. He just started smashing the thing. Had to throw him out. He ran off, cried, he'd fix everything. So this is the same person who broke the record. I gathered up what I could, still haven't found one of the buttons. Half the record is still lodged inside, but the other part's missing. Figure he must have taken it. Come to think of it, he did run towards Groovy. I guess that is the record store. Anyway, maybe go check up on him, see if he's alright. He lives over at Seoul by the pharmacy, apartment 9. Okay, so indeed we kind of went backwards, which I don't think is a problem here, but you get some information here. So first of all, oh, we marked the keypad? Are we there? Let me see, where the heck am I? Oh, here I am. Yes, yes, indeed, the groovy music is now checkmarked. We wrote the keypad there, and Soul Street apartment is where the man lives. So we went a bit backwards, but I think that is fine. Now it said that it is still lodged inside, so the second part should be here. Ooh, that's nice. But one button is still missing. Yes, I want to collect that. Ooh, that is indeed a bit broken. Broken vinyl record. dome. It says stereo 45 RPM. It looks like one of those smaller vinyl records. Open the inventory to combine items. Collect a broken vinyl record. Okay, I will. So we have, apparently they are key items. We have half of a broken vinyl single, the second half of a broken vinyl single. Funny enough, I got this first, but because you are supposed to get this one first, based on the story, this is the first and this is actually called the second. May have put together a broken single. Okay. So it's good for fixing me. Okay, combine. Oh, and it tells us it needs three items. I did a thing! Glued up vinyl record. Long way home. Yeah, that was my guess, kind of. Groovy music. So it is even from that music store. The long way home. Collected glued up vinyl record. Don't hold your head like that. You are just a bit hurt, right? Now we will have many things to look around here, but first we need to save. I didn't get a trophy for gluing together the vinyl record, but I think that there was a hole here. It's gone now. What you mean? It's isn't this a window? There was a hole here. It's gone now. I know this is a famous quote from Silent Hill. Hole here. It's gone now. Why is the hole written in all caps? Do I have to break this? Maybe if I go through that door which leads into the nightmare, there will be a hole here. But for now, this has been our first stream of Silent Hill 2 Remake, and so far I thoroughly enjoyed. Poor James is in bad shape, but don't worry. Do you want to quit to main menu? Unsaved game progress will be lost. Indeed. I went 1 hour over, and you know, fair enough. I did talk a bit in the beginning, and I didn't even get into why I purchased the PlayStation 5 Slim and not the base model or the Pro, which could have added easily another 3 hours to the stream. But so far, I have to say that I greatly am enjoying this game. I think it's lovely, and I'm looking forward to playing more of it. We got 2 trophies, I think, and I hope that you will join me again on our, I don't want to say adventure, nightmare in Silent Hill. I tried with this game and really starting this PlayStation 5 era with a kind of slower pace for the streams and just making my speech a bit more coherent. I hope that was somewhat a noticeable improvement. And I will be back next week, probably with more Silent Hill 2 Remake, and also there is a multiplayer game that I want to show you on the PlayStation 5. So as the Japanese like to say, please look forward to that. But for now, I thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed this game and this stream as much as I did. And let me thank some of the wonderful people who joined me today. Zeph and Elior, and also King 231 James VT. Let me say thank you so much for the raid and trusting your community with me. I hope all the wonderful raiders enjoyed their time here. And until next time, I need to find someone to raid. And I have no clue who. Nah. I will have to look for more people to raid, actually, because when I started streaming, I spent a bit more time just browsing streams and looking for streamers, and throughout the months and the year, some of them, I'm assuming, stopped streaming, and some of them changed their schedules around, so I don't really have many people to raid, which is not great. Not at all. There's literally no horror stream going. This is terrible. But hey, we do have one stream here, who is playing Dead by Daylight, called The Only Shino. So let's raid them. Let me check the pronouns. She, her. Let's raid her. Raid settings do not allow you to raid at this time. Well, that's a first. Plan B. It is. I don't have any horror streams to raid. Okay. In that case, we are raiding an artist and voice actor with, honestly, rather fascinating voice acting skills. So let me start that raid. Okay, this one is working. Wonderful. You know, if everything goes according to plan, it's just too simple. Also, I did not have a plan about whom I should raid, because I have no clue who's online at the time. But all in all, once again, let me thank all of you for joining me. Please say hello to Haya. I think that's how he pronounces his name. At least I hope. And with that said, I will be back next week with more horror goodness. And until that, you can find my schedule on my Discord or my Blue Sky page posted some time during the weekend. I'm really happy that everything worked. No technical difficulties were present, which is lovely, especially when you switch from one console to another. But as I said, we will have more PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 games to play. But until that, thanks so much for joining me. Have a great day, and as always, good night.